Oh goodness, that's loud. It was loud, I'm sorry. There we go, that was loud. It's Christmas. It's Christmas. Merry Christmas. I am tired and sleepy. I don't know if I sound tired and sleepy. Again, I need to drink more water. It's okay, I have water here. I have water here, though. Okay, we have glasses on. Let's go where I can be seen, so you can see me with the glasses on. Here we go. I'm also tired and sleepy, but I'm on the train home. Nice and good. I don't know. I wanted to stream in the morning today as usual, but then I woke up and I was like, ugh. Like, I mean, it's probably the consequences of my own actions. Yesterday I went out and I went to a restaurant and then I watched a movie. And I think throughout the whole day, I think I drank like 5 small cups of something. Like at breakfast, I had a cup of tea, and then at lunch, I had 1 glass of water and 1 alcoholic beverage. And then I went to the movie, and I had a small Diet Coke of Cola, and then I had another alcoholic beverage. And then I did not drink anything else for the rest of the day. So I'm like, you know, probably the fact that, like, I drank 5 things, 2 of them were alcoholic and only 1 of them was water, was probably not the greatest idea. Probably. Yeah, baller day. Yeah, it's just like, yeah, no. I think the other thing is I feel like this week I've been drinking less water too. But it's because, like, this week at work, I keep getting put in situations in which, like, it would be very inconvenient for me to have to get up and have a bathroom break. So that's just kind of what I've been doing. It's just like I just drink less water because I'm like, if I drink too much water, then because, like, I keep getting put in situations where I'm, like, by myself for long periods of time. So, but I can't, like, get up and leave because doing so would require me to lock up a whole bunch of stuff because technically what I'd be supposed to be attending to would be unattended. So I'd have to, yeah. So I essentially have been drinking less water this week, and it's probably mean and bad. I'm probably paying the price for that. Technically, it is also the first day of Hanukkah. What do you mean technically? Is it or is it not the first day of Hanukkah? Is there, like, some variation on it? Like, is there, like, are there some people who, like, start celebrating it earlier than others? Want to drink water, but drink water equals washroom. But need to drink water, but yeah. Second, isn't it? I don't know. Is it? Again, I'm wondering what the word technically is doing there. The day changes, I think, year to year. Oh, okay, so it's like a thing like Easter where it's like, it changes based on reasons. But yeah. Eggy, hello. Hello, I am Eggy. But yeah, no, I'm paying for it. You know what? I'm gonna surprise you guys even more. One of the alcoholic beverages that I drank yesterday was a beer. It was a beer. I found exactly one kind of beer that I will drink on purpose, and I will continue to not drink any of the rest of them. I have one kind. Exactly one kind. What? It starts at sunset. Today's the first full day. Ah, okay. So it starts at sundown, so it's like sundown of like the day before. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Finally, Blue Moon. How'd you know it was that one? Is that just a guess, or did I bring this up on stream before? Kanpai. Yeah, it's fine. It's the one kind of beer that, like, I tried it and I'm like, you know what? I don't think I just tolerate this. I think I might drink this on purpose sometimes. Notorious beer haters, every single time they say they like one singular beer, it's blue. Is this a stereotype? Is there like some stereotype that I was not aware of regarding this? I was not aware that this was like a specific stereotype about non-beer drinkers. You have to put an orange slice in it? You know what? You'll never guess what I put in my beer yesterday. I did not know this was a thing. This was like a well-documented pattern. Hi, Eggy. Hello, Uphill. Oh yeah, I should say hello. I should say hello. Hello to Jake and Panis and Fake Crate and Pembu and Punk Asian and Wall Starer, same, and Nano and JD274 and Daedric and Something Shake. There we go. My sister hates beer but loves bingo card. I don't know, here's the thing. I've tried fruity beers before and I don't actually care for them, is the thing. I don't care for fruity beers because I feel like I'm scammed every time I take a sip. Because like the thing with fruity beers is that they smell very sweet and fruity, but they still taste like beer. They don't taste fruity at all to me. They just taste like beer. Like I've tried like various sips of like, I think I tried like a mango one once and I tried like an orange one and they were the same. They were both the same. They smell like fruit and then you take a sip, it's beer. It's literally just beer. I feel scammed. I feel scammed. It's like I was promised the taste of delicious orange juice and then I did not get that. I only got grains. I only got grain water. Prior to the 2010s, they were called chick beers, so many of them were just wit beers of various labels, and Blue Moon was the top. Wit beers? Is it like lighter, or is it like what they call like the pale ale? What you need is Malort, what you smell is what you're getting. I mean, the thing is most other drinks, I feel like what you smell is what you're getting. Like, fruity beers are the only ones where I'm like, yeah, no, I feel scammed. I feel scammed. Except for that wild time in the 90s where Zima was relevant. Well, it wasn't like... I mean, from what again, I was not alive for Zima, and even if I was... Well, even if I was alive, I would not have been old enough to drink. But, like, wasn't it just, like, a fruity... Like, isn't it basically just Strong Zero? Like, wasn't it basically just, like... This is a citrusy flavored drink that is high in alcohol. Wasn't that basically just Strong Zero? Yeah, wheat beers, or what was it earlier, Belgian ale. There's a different set of flavors, not as bitter, some herbal added to it. What was this Zima? Are we talking about Malort, or are we talking about pale ales? Strong Zero was an answer to Zima. Yeah, because I'm like... The other thing I remember reading somewhere, I don't know if this is like totally reliable, but it sounds plausible enough to me, is that like Zima apparently sold better in Japan because it didn't get stereotyped as like a woman's drink, because like I guess fruity drinks there were more of like a... Like, especially citrus ones are more of like a very like gender neutral kind of beverage almost. Like, because like I feel like Strong Zero, like people of all kinds will drink Strong Zero. I don't get the impression that it's like an especially masculine or feminine beverage, despite the fact that it is technically like a fruity drink. Yeah. Hello, Deffins. Good evening, Deffins. I am Egg. Yes. Oh, yes, and I need to say hi to the eggplants on YouTube. Hello, Sundarathalos on YouTube. Here we're like at week 0. Well, didn't they start selling it under like a different name? Or like there's some similar beverage I keep seeing people posting about that I think they sell somewhere in the States. I don't think they have them in Canada yet. I have not seen Strong Zero anywhere in Canada yet. I have seen... Horoyoi. I've seen like other brands of Chuhais, but I have not seen Strong Zero. Zima was also under attack from being not from here when North America had a ton of strong nation regionalist identities. Wait, was Zima... Where was it from? I thought that was an American thing. Was it Canadian? Was it European? Yeah, Strong Zeros are starting to get sold here in Germany. I got one at a grocery store. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't seen them in Canada yet. Like, I don't know, maybe it just depends on the region, because like where I live, what will be carried will depend it varies a lot based on the area that your liquor store is in. Like, I feel like there's some liquor stores that will basically have nothing but like extremely boring beer and wine. Like, it's just like default beer, default wine. But then there's other ones, like, I guess maybe they like, because I know sometimes like when I've checked out, they will ask for your postal code. And I think one of the things they're trying to figure out is like if you were somebody who like drove to a faraway liquor store to buy a specific product, I guess maybe they want to know like if people are doing that, because then they can like know who from where is buying what, so they can like put that in a closer liquor store, I guess. Yeah. Eggy, I got fancy new headphones with built-in 5-band EQ and bass boost. I have maxed out bass and flattened all by those EQ, make the stream unwatchable. Bass boosted Eggy. Am I going? Yeah, US version of Strong Zero is called -196 Celsius, but it's lower ABV. It's like 6% and 9%. Yeah, but didn't they have to like move it down even within Japan to like 8% or something? I remember reading that somewhere. They were like, people shouldn't be able to get 9% alcohol for this low of a price. So they moved it down to 8, I think. Yeah, it's American with a very 90s snobby nightclub vibe. Interesting. I was not yet... I don't know, I was alive, but I was not literate. I could not read an ad for alcohol, and even if I could, I would not be able to drink it. I don't know. I think I talked about this in my previous stream, but like... I'm being old now. I think I talked about this in a previous stream, but I think I told you guys about the coworker who was a few years younger than me, who said that like I mentioned Breath of the Wild, and she was like, "Oh yeah, that was my boyfriend's favorite game as a kid." And I'm like, "What do you mean as a kid?" And then yeah, doing the math, he would have been like 12 or 13 when the game came out, and it's like, "Oh no, oh no." I had an alcoholic Yakult tasting canned beverage in Japan. That was neat. Oh, was it the Horoyoi one? I know the Horoyoi has like a yogurt flavored one. That one is pretty good. I think my favorite Horoyoi is still the they made one that was like intentionally less sweet. I think it was the was it jasmine and lychee or something like that? That one's still my favorite. They don't always carry it. I feel like when they import it here, there seems to be like a stronger preference for like the peach or like some of the other more popular flavors, but yeah. OG's bassy song. I need to find only big bass songs just specifically to torture Jake. But yeah. Checking Passage of Time from Egg Bingo. Yeah. Whenever Mabinogi young ladies call themselves hags in my presence. We're all old. We're all aging. At some point, the coworker who told me that her boyfriend played Breath of the Wild as a kid, she'll have her own moment like that in a few years when somebody mentions like something that they did as a kid but that she was an adult for, and she will go, "Oh, it will come for all of us. It will come for all of us." Like, I don't know, 2019 was 6 years ago. Like, time is passing. Ugh. I have coworkers that are younger than the Wii. Oh my god. When did the Wii come out? Like 2008? Somebody born 2008, 2018. Oh god, they would probably be like 17, 18, wouldn't they? Oh goodness. 2006. Oh god, yeah, they would be almost 20 now. Oh. Maybe when was the inaccurate VCR tracking scan lines in the found footage YouTube videos? Yeah! No, I think you're right that like it's very weird to now be at the age where like the things that you experience as a kid are now considered like retro, but they're like retro in the way that they're being propagated by people who are like not old enough to actually remember them correctly. So I remember seeing like somebody who tried to make like this like Frutiger Arrow type video edit, but then they put like VCR scan lines in it, and people are like, why would a computer, why would a digital file have VCR scan lines in it? Like it's all becoming like a big blur, like it's all getting tossed in a blender. It's very weird to watch happen, but I also know that like when I was in high school and everybody was going on about like the 90s, like I'm sure that there were millennials that were like looking at which, you know, the fashions that were being brought back or other things that we were doing, and they were all being like, no, that's not how we did it back then. Retro CDs where people want that accurate audio. It's digital files, you can get the quality without disc. Well, I don't know. I feel like when people talk about accurate audio, I feel like maybe they might be thinking more about the speakers than about the CDs. Because like I feel like if you have a CD that was made in like, you know, 2004, and if you played it in like if you played it in your computer today, right, or in a CD player, I feel like it would not sound the same way as it did in like the year it was released. But like I feel like it would be more of like, that's more of a speaker issue, right? That's not a, like it's coming out of a better, higher quality speaker nowadays. Yeah, accurate CD audio means attached to the, yeah, just go to the dollar store, buy like the worst possible pair of headphones, and then listen to it with that. No, I think for me, I think it's like the way fashion is being brought back, I think is kind of interesting. I don't know. One of the things I was thinking about recently as I was listening to Tommy February 6th music again, as one does, is like, I was like, why is like her stuff appealing to the youth of today, like, you know, 20 years later? And then I had the thought, I'm like, I feel like despite the fact that it was actually made in the early 2000s, I feel like her music and her aesthetic is like very, it doesn't look like anything else from the time, right? Especially for like Americans. Like there's a lot of things that you can point to that like are definitely influences. But if you were like, find something that looks and sounds like Tommy February 6th from the early 2000s that isn't just something that she made, like I feel like you can't find anything like that. Like music at the time didn't sound like that. Fashion at the time sort of looked like that, but not 100%. But I feel like that's what makes it appealing probably to the youth of today. Because like, if you're somebody who only remembers that time period very vaguely, it's like, yeah, that's what it looked and sounded like, you know? Yeah, and the Jenko return. Yeah, wide pants. Big pant. I don't know, I'm okay with big pant. If anything, I think I'm more okay with big pant than I would have been before. 2000s music font is especially weird for me because that was a pretty dang commercial period. Yeah, I think also, I'm also thinking about this in terms of video games, because I've seen a lot of things that are like, you know, retro inspired. You know when you have things that are like, oh, this is like PS1 inspired, but then it's like running things that the PS1 couldn't do. I guess maybe the inspiration is still there, but anything beats a low-rise jeans. Oh god, no, I don't. Low-rise pants seem to be back, and I hope they leave soon. I hope everyone immediately figures out why they went out of style. Like, I don't know. I guess maybe when I was a kid, like, low-rise pants were... They were, like, in style, but, like, I was still a kid, so, like, it didn't really apply to me. But I definitely remember seeing other people walking around with low-rise pants. Like, older relatives and, like, cousins and such. Yeah. I felt the same way with high-waisted came back. No, okay, here's the thing what you have to understand. The thing with low-waisted pants is that they look good on very few people, is the problem. Like, if you have any stomach, they're designed for people who are either very tall, very skinny, or both. So if you are not one of those things, like if you have any stomach, if you have like any hips, any curves, like low-rise pants will not work for you. Not even just on like a visual level, it's also like they will not stay on your legs. They will not continue covering your butt. That just won't happen. Whereas like, I feel like with high-waisted pants, whether or not you like how they look aesthetically, which personally I like how they look. I like how high-waisted pants look. But it also means that like they will actually stay. They will actually stay on your legs. And also, I feel like there are more people who look good in high-waisted pants than in low-waisted pants, you know? In 2002, we didn't have hips. True! They didn't invent hips until like at least 2008 or 2009. But yeah, like high-waisted pants, I think I like high-waisted pants. They work for more people, including me. You can have hips and a stomach, and you can be short, and you can still wear high-waisted pants and look fine in them. But yeah. Yeah. Eggy true. Eggy true. Oh boy, I think my sleepiness is starting to show. We should get to the zhang. Let's go zhang. Let's go zhang. I have to wake myself up with zhang. With zhang. All right. 94210. 94210. Let's pin that. Let's pin that. Ugh. 94210. Let's pin that on YouTube as well. Let's go. 94210. And this shall be pinned. There we go. In 2003, our girlfriend's Gothfolio from a GeoCities shop allegedly in Japan, actually in Shenzhen, got stuck in customs and no notice. The DHL rep is confused, will get their replacement before the original shows up. What? This is a weirdly specific experience. Is this something that happened to you? No, I think... Here's the thing. Yes. Okay. Because, like, I know in... From what I've heard, apparently, like, especially for, like, early Lolita, a lot of it in the US is, like, weird to look at, kind of. Because, like, actually ordering from brands was, like, such a pain. Like, if you were into, like, Angelic Pretty or Baby the Star Shine Bright or something, like, in the early 2000s, it was, like... It was very difficult. Zully, please press ready. It was very difficult. Because, like, again, a lot of... On the Japan side, most of their sales were still happening in person, right? And they were still trying to figure out the whole, like, international credit cards thing. Because I guess, yeah, I was using Bodyline. Oh, of course. Bodyline. Well, Bodyline's its own beast. That's its own beast. But yeah, no, it's very interesting to see, like, early international Lolita fashion. Because, like, it's very, like, there's a lot of stuff that's, like, handmade or things that were, like, very clearly, like, modified pieces that they found somewhere else. Like, you know, like a modified office blouse or something. Because, like, yeah, we didn't have the resources here. They just didn't exist. Yeah. Same issue, but getting burned on art commissions or buying quote-unquote authentic anime cells. Was it that much of an issue in, like, in The early 2000s. I guess it's like early days of e-commerce. Nobody had figured out how to like check if something is legitimate or not. And nobody knew what a like legitimate thing looks like. But no, I mean, I guess that's also too, now that I think of it, like, to this day, I feel like in North America, we're still like starving for half-decent sewing supplies. Like, please tell me why I am more likely to find the kind of lace that I am looking for on AliExpress than I am to find it in literally any sewing goods store that is based in my own city. Like, I know, like, because that was one of the things that shocked me when I was in Japan, was just like going to a craft store and being like, oh my god, they have all this, and this is just like a basic default craft store. Like, this wasn't like a super like high-end specialty place. This was just like default crafts, and it was like, there was already just so much lace and so much, like, such a big variety of everything. And I'm like, why don't we have this here? What is happening here in Canada? Is this why PayPal is such a big deal? Oh yeah, that's true. Well, because like international credit cards, like credit cards that were accepted internationally, when did those start to come around? Because I feel like that wasn't always a thing, was it? Because I seem to remember, like, most things in Japan would take my Canadian credit card, but not all of them. Not all of them. I think it's a result of our psychologies and our clothes on the whole are cheaper and easier, faster, no sentimentality, just buy a new one, fix it. I mean, yeah, but like, keep in mind, the same thing is also happening in Japan, and yet they still have access to the nice sewing supplies. I'm like, what is going on here? It's complicated. I had to learn the hard way that it was about the bank behind the card if it wasn't direct Visa or MasterCard. Ah. A lot of people discovered they didn't have a real Visa card, just like a branded Visa from a bank. Oh, okay, you know what? That makes sense. That makes sense. And I guess it's something that nobody had to ever think about until they started making international purchases. And they're like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense, I guess. Yeah. Japan glazer, I guess. I just did the opposite of glazing Japan. I literally just said they are also dealing with the epidemic of cheap clothes. No! Like, honestly, like, the fabric that we have here is actually, like, the selection is actually kind of pathetic. And I don't know why. That's a nice Ron animation. Yeah, the big shark. Big shark. But yeah, no, I literally did order some lace on AliExpress because I'm like, there was some projects I wanted to do, but I couldn't find the kind of lace I wanted anywhere closer. So I'm like, okay. I'll get my mom on here. She has big opinions on sewing retail. Oh yeah. Well, didn't like in the States, like Joann's Fabric just like went bankrupt, and that was like the one big chain that would sell fabrics. And I don't know. I know here in Canada we have like a similar chain called Fabricland that I think is still operational. I'm not 100% sure. But like, I don't know. I know about the Joann's Fabric situation because there was a lot of cosplayers who were talking about it because that's where everybody was getting their stuff. Yeah, Hobby Lobby and Michaels is still a thing here though. Yeah, but Michaels doesn't do sewing stuff in my experience. Maybe it's different in the States. Maybe Michaels in the States has like a different selection. But for me here, because we have Michaels here as well. But Michaels, they have knitting stuff. Like they have yarn and stuff. They have stuff for like all kinds of crafts except for sewing. They don't have fabric, they might have like sewing needles or something. But like all the like needlecraft stuff that they have is more for like embroidery or knitting. Not for like actual making. You could not make a garment like I mean, you could, like, if you knit it, but, like, yeah. Hobby Lobby we don't have, though. That's exclusively, that's your guys' thing. Yeah, we lost Joanne. Even the fabric is so much more expensive than worth. Even before quarantine. Yeah! Like, it's time for textile mills to return with less exploitation. I mean, it'll be expensive, but at least we'll have the selection. Yeah. My grandma says that the wool here isn't very... It's not very? It isn't very. Ooh. Fabricland is still around. That's what I figured, because, like, I thought... Because the one that was closest to me, when I lived with Eggy parents, the one that was closest to me closed. So I was like, did the whole thing go out of business? Okay, cool. But then I moved, and then I saw a Fabricland more recently, and I'm like, wait a second. I thought you guys were dead. I don't know for Fabricland, though. Like, I don't know what their deal is right now, because the last time I went there, like, in 2018, I think maybe they changed with the pandemic and such, but I think it was, like, 2018, and I wanted to get my friend a Fabricland gift card for her birthday, because she did a lot of, like, you know, cosplay and sewing and stuff. So I went there, and they said, oh, we don't do gift cards. We do, like, a gift certificate out of paper. Like, it wasn't like a gift card, like a proper gift card where you, like, had, like, a card, like a plastic card that you would take to the store. It's like, no, it's a gift certificate. It's like a piece of paper that says, you know, this is X amount of money to spend here. Which was odd. And, like, all of the, like, everything was still very manual. It was still very analog. Like, they didn't have... It looks like they opened the store at some point in, like, the 70s or the 80s and, like, never updated their computers or their registers at all. Like... I'm honestly surprised that they would take credit card at that point. Like, it was like... These were, like, ancient computers. But... yeah. So yeah, I thought that they would have died. Maybe the pandemic probably, like, forced them to, like, update their business practices. But to be fair, most of their customers were already going to be old people, so... But then again, maybe COVID changed that too. Because I feel like, I guess before, like, sewing was largely, like, an old people hobby. But then I guess a lot more people got into it in 2020, so... Maybe that, like, changed their customer base and made them have to, like, reevaluate certain things? I'm not sure. I just know that to this day, they still only have, like, trash garbage crunchy lace. I cannot find decent lace trim. It doesn't exist. It's 100%. Not the crunch. Okay, you know what I'm talking about, right? Like, the crunch. Like, the, like... Okay, not all Rochelle lace, but, like... Rochelle lace, there's like a specific kind of, like, very crunchy, cheap Rochelle lace that is, like, the only thing they seem to carry. That and, like, the, I guess they have that, like, eyelet lace. They have, like, the eyelet lace, but that's not, like, really good for everything. And then they have... Oh, what's the other one that they carry, usually? I guess they have, like, the big, chunky... Sometimes they'll have, like, a big, chunky crochet lace, but again, that one's also not necessarily the best option for everything. Because, like, what I'm looking for a lot of the time is the kind of, like, very, like... It's detailed, but it's still very, like, light, kind of... you know, the kind of, like, softer lace they use for Lolita dresses. Where it's, like... There's still some flowiness to it. It's not, like, crunchy, it's not stiff, it's not chunky. And for some reason, that just doesn't exist here. They just don't carry it. I like how my top reserve for this research is the prejudice against Rochelle lace. You know what? I will be prejudiced against Rochelle lace. I have seen very limited good Rochelle lace. And I'm certainly not finding it. I'm certainly not finding it at the fabric store. I'm almost always finding it somewhere else. No. From a blog post in 2010. Yeah. Well, I remember that was like a big thing for a while. Because I think there was like... Again, this was like a bit of a mix of circumstances, but I feel like until like maybe mid-2010s, I guess, nice lace was hard to find, but especially the kind of lace that you're supposed to use for Lolita dresses was especially hard to find. And a lot of people who would try making their own pieces, they would get lace, but if they didn't have any reference for what that lace is supposed to look or feel like, they would just end up with, you know, the crunchy Rochelle lace. And that was like I remember that was like a big thing when I started, like everybody was like warning against, they were like, do not use this kind of lace. But yeah, it's oh, okay. Well, doesn't matter anymore. Okay. I was like, what tile will I put down? Does not matter anymore. It's not my problem. I'm in 3rd place and minding my own business. Yeah, I'm so sleepy. I'm so sleepy. I have to go back to work tomorrow and be sleepy there. I have an opening shift. I wasn't supposed to. But I have one now. I don't know, it's been like one of those things where, because we have like a very limited number of people, if anybody is not available for any reason, then everything gets very complicated, and then I have to work another opening shift when I was not originally scheduled for one. Like, I think there's only like 5 of us working, so it's one of those things where it's like, if anybody calls in sick or anything, or if anybody needs a day off for something, it completely like messes around with everything else, right? Because like, if you need somebody to take your shift, there's like a pretty limited pool of people who can do that, right? Oh, I screwed up. Hold on. Skeleton crew struggles. I don't know. We weren't a skeleton crew. We were like a regular crew with skin and bones until there was one person who had to go away for a while because of family things. So it's like, okay, so we're down one person, and then, you know, so now we're like, there was like 5 of us, 5 or 6 of us, and then like one person is down, they're gone, and then it's like, okay, if somebody else calls in sick, you can't have the same people working like 7 days a week, and also some of the other people also have like other commitments, so like their schedules aren't 100% open the same way mine is, so it's like, oh no, oh no. It was fine until it wasn't. Yeah, and it's one of those things where they're like, they can't just hire new people because it's like, you know, the Christmas season is over in like 2 weeks. So it's like, there's not really a point in doing that. So in the meantime, it just makes the rest of us have to go, ooh, 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 for another 2 weeks. It's fine. Eggy's cosplaying Santa. I'm once again announcing that I'm not working at Santa. I'm not working at Santa. It is a holiday job. It is temporary. It's not Santa. I'm not a mall Santa. You are spreading unfounded rumors here. Unfounded rumors. Good luck with Zhonging. I'm gonna try to trudge through the ice to the gym. Oh, good luck. I hope you can survive. Do not slip. Do not slip and fall. I hope you are wearing very grippy shoes. It has been pretty snowy here recently as well. I did Mall Santa in college one year. They would hire a college student for that? I mean, I guess they can't be too picky, but in my mind I'm like, aren't you a little young for the role? I feel like most of the Mall Santas that I've seen in my lifetime have been like visibly of retirement age. Starting a lace business, pay attention. No, I'm trying to get lace for my own personal uses here. It's also back my smoke, so Santa was a little stinky, but yeah, it's a fake beard, sorry to ruin the mystery. I know, okay, to be fair, I've seen some Mall Santas that legitimately do have a big beard. But no, I just meant more in terms of like vibes and like, because like even if it's a fake beard, wouldn't it make more sense to... Oh man, I should have put down that towel. Should have put down the other one. Man! It's called acting. I was a theater kid. Yeah, but like, I don't know. I feel like wouldn't kids notice if Santa is like visibly smooth and not wrinkled, and you could maybe see his non-gray hair underneath the hat? Then again, I'm like, maybe I've just lived in places that had like a strong enough theater community that they could find enough like guys that fit the part. Maybe I just lived in places that had like, you know, a high enough population of men with long beards who were, you know, 50 years of age and older. Kids are not thinking about that. Also, makeup's good. That's fair, I guess. Iggy's crashing out over a Mall Santa years ago in a place she doesn't live. Oh, okay. To be fair, I mean, it's hard to say for me because as a kid, my parents were like very straightforward about like, there is no Santa. So I never had the whole thing of like, you believe in Santa until you don't. Like, that didn't happen to me. I had to be the one tasked with ruining everyone's Christmas by being like, Santa's not real. Like, I didn't have glasses as a kid, so I couldn't, like, actually them, but, like, no, I was, like, the one kid who's like, I am the one, enlightened child here. Our parents didn't want you to have whimsy. Yeah, we're dealing with the cold, hard facts here. Well, my parents were like, well, we wanted to be honest. We want to teach you honesty, so we're not gonna, like, lie to you. But, like, I don't know. Lying is kind of just a part of life, isn't it? Yeah, I remember it was me and this other gentleman. I remember a kid came up to me one day and was like, why was Santa black yesterday? And you're like, why did the small hire Santa have two different races? Did they... Oh, right, that's... You know what, now that I think of it, most mall Santas probably have, like, they're working on, like, a rotational schedule. That's true. I don't know why. I feel like... Maybe the other thing, too, is most of the malls where I've worked, there was only one Santa, but it's because they had limited hours for it. So, like, Santa would come in every day, but only for, like, a few hours a day. Maybe they had a separate weekend Santa? I didn't even realize there was, like... I never had that thought. I'm like, you know what, you're right. They do probably take shifts. Clocking in at the Santa factory. But... yeah, I think I didn't... Yeah, I was never a Santa believer. I did that wasn't a thing that happened to me. Equal opportunity employers for these Santas. Well, I don't know. Some parents might have a preference. Like, you gotta give a variety of Santas. Yeah, it's not a roleplay. I wasn't Santa all December. I did a couple hours and took the money to drink. It was college. It's like, I mean, I guess, yeah. Imagine filling in for somebody else's Santa shift. Or I'm like imagining like, what if there were like kids that were coming in multiple days in a row? And like, it's like a completely different Santa every day. But like the kid thinks it's the same person. So you guys have to just like keep playing along with like, hey, and when the kid's like, hey, remember the story I told you yesterday? And you're like, Yeah, like you just have to like play along. But yeah, no, I was never a Santa child. I had to be the one kid who was like, actually, if Santa is real, then why does everybody still have to do Christmas shopping? Actually, I believe that is your that is your father who is eating the cookies that you left out last night. Actually, when you write a letter Santa and you get a response, that is an employee at Post Canada that's writing it. Actually, that is one thing we have in Canada. I don't know if they do it this year. They probably still do it. Post Canada has a thing where, like, you can send letters to Santa. Like, they even have, like, a specific postal code for him. And if you send a letter to Santa through Post Canada, then he will write back. I don't know if they were, I don't remember, because I think I only did it once, because it was a thing we were doing at school. I don't remember if it's like a form letter, or if they, like, did it, like, custom for each child. But I definitely remember. They're still doing it. The deadline passed, like, a week ago. Okay, yeah, because I remember, like, they used to have, in some public places, they would have mailboxes specifically for Santa letters, too. I remember that. But yeah, I don't remember if it's like a form letter that you get back or if it's like an actual customized response. But yeah, like I remember my teacher did it one year in school as like a way to, like, I guess as like, here's how to write a letter, a skill that you will definitely need as an adult. Yeah, they hire volunteers for the program, so I assume it's all personalized. Oh, that's good to know. Because, yeah, I don't actually remember what I wrote in mine. I just remember I got a response back. Hello, Echo. Hello, DWU. Yeah. Every time I have to send a letter to check where the sender and where the receiver goes. Oh, God. God forbid you're sending it to a different country. So at previous EGGY work, part of my job that I had at one point was to figure out, because we sent a lot of mail to customers and we got a lot of return mail. So part of my job was to like figure out why we were getting so much return mail. And I remember like some of it was very basic things. Like some of it was, because like there's a certain amount of return mail that we couldn't avoid, right? Like if somebody gave us their address and then they move, or, you know, they gave us their address, but then, like, I don't know, their apartment building burns down or something. Like, there's certain circumstances we can't account for, right? But other times we'd have a lot of mail that was sent back for reasons that we were not entirely sure about. So we found out that some of it has to do with, like, the way that letters will be processed in other countries' systems. Because it turns out, you'd think that, like, there would be some consistent format worldwide for how to, like, address a letter and how to format it, but it turns out there is not. So there was, like, times where, like, things would be sent back. Like, we had a lot of, what were some of the biggest offenders for this? We got a lot of letters back from France. Because I think there was something with the way we were formatting it that made their systems, like, unable to decipher it. To be fair, some of it as well was, like, our own systems. like, because again, a lot of the addresses were in a way kind of like automatically generated, sort of. But the thing is what would happen? Like, for instance, you know how sometimes like short forms of stuff would be like there will be more than one way for like a contraction of letters to be read, right? I'm not sure if I'm explaining this very well. This is my sleepy brain. Hold on, let me win. But like, okay. For instance, we had one letter that we got as return mail. And I think the reason it got sent as return mail was because this address was very clearly in Indonesia. Because the city on the envelope said, like, Jakarta, right? So it was very much Indonesia. But it said, I guess, when they were having their address put into the system, whoever was typing in the country put in ID. And I guess because our systems are based in North America, it interpreted ID as Idaho. So this letter that was supposed to go to Indonesia, either I don't know if it got sent to Indonesia and then got returned, or if it got sent to Idaho and then got returned, because they're like, there's no city called Jakarta in Idaho. But like, that was like one example we ran into. There was also Newfoundland and the Netherlands, because I think both can get abbreviated with NL. So yeah, if whoever was like putting the address into the system, either if it was the customer or if it was like an employee, if they put in, I guess if they formatted it wrong, it would be like, it would say straight up the wrong country. So that was another problem we ran into. There was also an issue of, I think there was a character limit, on our system for like stuff like street names and stuff, right? Which became a problem when you had some languages where writing the address in English takes way more characters than it does in the local language, right? So we dealt with that a lot with like Chinese ones and also Japanese ones, because like the word Osaka in English, that's 5 characters, right? That's like Osaka. In Japanese, it's 2, right? So yeah, basically that's what would happen, was that like it would get sent back because it said the address was unreadable, and it's because it got cut off partway through because it takes so many more letters to write this out in English. So that kept happening. Had to cut my own postcards recently and look at proper standards for addressing postcards. Yeah. Because again, most systems have some kind of flexibility because they're aware that like international mail does not have like the same things everywhere, but yeah. No, okay, another thing we kept running into a lot as well. So when we would ask for customers' addresses, we'd ask for their home address, right? Because for most people here, like, their home address and their mailing address are the same. But in other countries, it's a lot more common for the home address and the mailing address to be different. Like, people will get their mail sent to like a post office or like a P.O. box. So in some countries, that's more common. So that's why we also had a lot of letters to certain countries bouncing, was because like we would send them a letter, but we'd be sending it to their home address, which is not set up to accept mail. So obviously it gets sent back because like that's not an address that exists in terms of mail delivery. So like that was another common issue we ran into. So yeah, that was a thing I dealt with at previous EGGY work that hopefully I will not have to deal with again. I think next EGGY work, oh yeah, by the way, I will be employed in January. Everybody clap for me. I will be employed in January, only for a little bit. But from January until March, I shall be employed again. Everybody cheer. Everybody say yippee yahoo, hooray. Employment. Money spent, money spent. No, okay. So, yeah, I will be employed in January to March. It doesn't pay as much as what I'm doing right now, but that is okay because it pays more than $0, which is all I ask for at this point. But yeah, I think the next job might involve working with mailing again, but hopefully, for the most part, it's all gonna be domestic letters, so I don't have to think about how international mail works anymore. But yeah, no. I'm glad, but it means that January is going to be insane. Because basically, okay, so EGGY job finishes, like, after Boxing Day. So I have a few days between, like, I guess between just after Christmas and New Year's. I have a few days within there. Then, I immediately turn around, I'm going to New York. I see Bodega, I go to MagFest. I engage in festivities, I come back, immediately have to turn around and start work. So January is going to be insane, but, yeah. Do you have your tickets now? No. But, like, I already booked the Airbnb. That isn't the problem, is that by the time tickets sold out, it was too late for me to cancel anything. So I'm like, okay, well... I guess I'm still gonna have fun. I'm still gonna see friends. If anybody, that said, if anybody does know somebody who's looking to sell a ticket, please, connect me immediately. I tried posting on the MagFest subreddit because I had a thread for people who are looking for tickets, and the only response I got was from, like, somebody who misread my comment and thought that I was looking to sell a ticket. Like, unironically, I'm like, who bought all the tickets? Like, because it seems that, like, so many people are looking for tickets, and I'm like, who on earth bought all these tickets? If all the people who actually wanted tickets still couldn't get tickets, like, did the demand for MagFest go up by that much between, like, last year and this year? I am befuddled. I am stumped. I am bamboozled. Maybe not bamboozled. I wouldn't go as far as to be bamboozled. But, like, I am... I don't know. Am I discombobulated? I don't know if I'm discombobulated. Who on earth bought all these tickets? Well, I'm not even sure it's bots, because if it was bots... Well, MagFest has pretty strict policies on reselling tickets. They only have a certain way of enforcing it, so... I'm not even sure if they can scalp, because I haven't heard about any scalping happening. Because, like, MagFest has some pretty strict policies as well about, like, you're only allowed to resell a ticket for the price that you bought it for. So, like, I don't know how they plan to, they don't really have a way to enforce it, but I think there is a way that they can, like, if they catch somebody buying with the intention of reselling at a higher price, I think they can probably ban them from buying tickets in the future. So, yeah, because, like, I haven't heard anything about, like, scalping happening. I'm perplexed. That's the word I was looking for. I'm perplexed. Yeah. MagFest also sounds like Offkai East. I wouldn't say so, because it's not VTuber centered. I think it's just because, there's not that many VTuber events happening on the East, so I think MagFest is just where everybody meets up anyway. Like, there's really, like, I don't know what it is with the East Coast. Both in the States and Canada, we seem to be, like, struggling for anything. Because, like, I also want to go to Offkai this year, but I would need, like, $1 million bajillion before that happens, so, yeah. Even when I was talking to my mom seemed very disapproving of me going to the States. She's like, you're getting all this money from this job, and then you're just gonna go and spend it all, and I'm like, well, again, I picked this, like, several months ago. Alright, GG Punk Asian. I was too busy yapping, so I lost, but that's okay. Thank you all for playing. Next game. Yeah. I mean, Bodega raised it, that's fair. I don't know, is it insensitive? I don't know, it feels rude to be like, give me money so that I can go on a fun, silly trip. I mean, I guess it is for the sake of content, because it means that I have things to talk about when I get back, so I guess there's that. There is that, but I'm just like... I don't know, I feel like I would also need a functioning computer. But then again, off-kai is what, in like June? July? It happened, you better make a vlog. A vlog of what though? I feel like, I mean, I guess I could try to vlog the New York trip when I'm with Bodega. I feel like off-kai would be a specifically difficult convention to vlog just because, like, there is a lot of people there who do not want to be seen on camera. So there's kind of that. There's kind of that. But, yeah. Good convention to blog about. It's a good convention to, I don't know, take the occasional picture and talk about it later. Yeah, New York City specifically. Yeah, I think I'll try to make sure I take lots of pictures. Because, like, I don't know. I feel like Bodega is the kind of person who also takes a lot of pictures. So, because I feel like when I'm around people who don't take a lot of pictures, I feel really self-conscious taking pictures. Because it's like, am I being rude? Am I like ruining the moment? But no, Bodega is the kind of person who takes a lot of pictures. So it means that like I will be able to feel comfortable taking pictures and not feeling like I'm like ruining the moment or something. But yeah, I do want to go to off-kai. I do want to do something on the West Coast other than be in Vancouver. I want to meet people. All my friends have the audacity to live in the United States. I haven't taken a picture that isn't cat-related in years, possibly decades. Ew. 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 I don't know, I don't remember the last time I had a picture of a cat where oh, actually, hold on. I think back in the summer. Yeah, back in the summer. I think in June or July, I think. I was visiting my aunt and she had a cat. I don't know. What is the last thing I took pictures of? I have a picture of my lunch from yesterday, I guess. That's the last thing I took a picture of. I don't know. I take pictures pretty regularly. What do I have from like the past few weeks? I have my lunch from yesterday. I have a few selfies because my makeup looked good. I have a drawing I made when I was killing time at work. I have a bunch of things that I saw at the mall that I took a picture to ask my sister, should I get this for my mom? A picture of snow outside, a picture of foods from when I went to the fancy spa. I have a bunch of pictures where I was like trying on glasses. I have this problem where every time I go into a store to try on glasses, I am never dressed nicely. Like, I'm never dressed in a way that I feel like represents how I usually dress. I feel like every time I go to shop for glasses, I'm either dressed in I'm either in my work uniform like I am here, or I'm in like my winter coat. Like, I feel like I'm never like, it's hard to tell with glasses. I'm like, does this actually work with my style? Because I'm never actually dressed in my actual style when I go to try stuff on. Yeah, a bunch of screenshots of stuff. Again, a bunch of things I took pictures of to be like, should I buy this? And then I didn't buy it. Yeah. Oops, all USA tends to be how it ends up in the Western world. Yeah, well, especially for like, I don't know. Because it's not like we don't have anime conventions in Canada, it's just that, like, I guess they're not worth going to. They're not worth coming to. Or at least going all the way, I guess, if you're from the States. But yeah, I don't know why it's West Coast USA all the time, too. Like, I guess there's Anime ANYC, and I guess there's Anime Boston, but, like, I wouldn't say Anime Boston is, like, very VTubery, is it? Not worth? Why? I don't know, you tell me. I've been trying to, like, talk my American friends into coming to Canada, and it very rarely works. Like, you'd think it would be easier, because I'm like, I feel like it's easier for Americans to come to Canada, because, like, the exchange rate is, like, way better. Like, I paid my part of the Airbnb, I sent the money, and I was like, oof, ouch, owie, the currency exchange. Because I think it was like $330 or something around in that ballpark that I was supposed to pay. And in Canadian dollars, that became, let me pull it up. In Canadian dollars, that was $462.89. I like paid it and then I went, ooh. But yeah, when's the next con? I don't know. Probably not until the spring. That's the other thing with Canadian conventions, is that they all happen within like a few months of each other, because if your con has like any outdoor portion to it, that's the only time that it's gonna work. Because like I've been to winter conventions in Canada and they're kind of difficult to run because the weather is very liable to like ruin everything. Like I went to one in Canada once where like it was like the amount of people who came in on like Friday, Saturday was like, you know, normal. But then Sunday it snowed a lot and attendance was just like dead because, again, there was a lot of people. If you weren't staying in the area, for a lot of people, they just looked outside and they're like, nah, it's just Sunday. It's fine. So they just didn't come back for Sunday. Yeah, afternoon cons are hard from like October to April. Exactly. Yeah, like it's just too unpredictable. Even like April is kind of pushing it. Like October, you'll probably be fine. April is still pushing it in some areas. Like Anime North is usually in May. And even then there's been some years where it's been like absolutely trash garbage weather. Like barely double digits kind of weather. Yeah, current administration was immigration crackdowns. Yeah, well, that's the other reason why I wanted to go to the States, because I'm like, I should probably take advantage of being able to go to the States before it gets much more difficult to go to the States. Granted, for Canadians, I don't think much is changing, but it's still just like, I should probably go one more time while it's still advisable to do so. See my friends one more time before it gets even more difficult to do so. But yeah, there's also Oops All California, specifically LA usually. Yeah, that too. Because like Off-Kai is San Jose, that's California. I think Anime Expo is in California. Crunchyroll Expo is California. There's probably another major one that I'm forgetting about that's like anime or VTuber related that's also in California. But yeah. I don't know. Maybe this year if I don't... If I can get the time and budget for it, I want to see if I can actually go to Otakuthon again. Because like the last 2 years, like ever since like they started up again after COVID, I was like, I'm gonna go to Otakuthon this year, and then I didn't. Like I remember going in 2018 and 2019 and really liking it, but like also I haven't been since then, so I'm like, I want to get back to it. It'll happen eventually. Unfortunately, it's really difficult to talk any of my friends into going to Montreal. It's so difficult. I'm like, I've like recommended Otakuthon multiple times when talking to friends, and I'm like, oh yeah, it's in Montreal, and they're like, it's in Quebec, and I'm like, yeah, it's in Montreal. Like, it's in like the least French part of Quebec. It's not even one of the Frencher areas of Montreal, honestly. Like, most of the convention programming is happening in English. Like, but it's so hard to convince anybody. Being Canadian is suffering. Yeah, I'm like, oh my god, Americans, just come visit us. It's probably easier for you to get here than it is for us to get there. And also, currency exchange. You literally have the American buff. You have the American currency buff. Like, you know, you... Let me see, what's the current exchange rate? You come to Canada, you buy a coffee for $3, it's only gonna cost you $2.18. You go to the Artist Alley, you buy something for 25 Canadian dollars, it's only gonna be $18.16. You book a hotel room that's like, I don't know, how much are hotel rooms nowadays? Like 125 or something a night? Only $90.78. You guys are literally getting a discount on this. Like, love hearing Canadians try to talk each other into Quebec. Well, the thing is, okay, to be fair, where I was living before I moved, it had a higher French-speaking population, so, like, it wasn't that hard to convince people to go to Montreal because, like, you know, you don't have to be afraid of the French language if you can already speak it. But, yeah. Canada's competition for me, and by competition I mean the mansion I keep renting and she's welcome. Yeah, but like it's closer. We're closer. Canada is closer to the US than Japan is. Yeah, the dollar's literally worth more. Yeah, like, you know, I'm gonna go to the US. I'm saying all this, you all have to feel bad for me. I'm going, like, you know, I go to the States, I buy a coffee for $3, it's gonna cost me $4.13 Canadian. You know? I go to buy, I don't know, how much is the McDonald's combo again? It's like, I don't know, like $13 or something now? $17.90 Canadian. Feel bad for me. I used to speak decent French, but I'm rusty. Here's the other thing too, is like, Montreal is like the least French place in Quebec. Like, honestly, if you, like, even when I've tried, and, like, my French is pretty good, but I guess because I have, like, a noticeable English accent with it, when I go to, like, there's been times where I've, like, gone to order food when I'm in Quebec, or even in, like, Montreal. I would, like, go to order food, and then they would hear my French, and they would immediately switch to English. Like, this is the kind of place that we're in, that Montreal is. Like, there are plenty of people who like live in Montreal and don't speak much French either. Like, yeah. Oh, buy your authentic maple syrup if you need trader money. Yeah, but the US makes maple syrup. Don't you guys have it? Yeah. It always blows my mind how much of the US population lives in California. Yeah, I don't know what is going, like, I know that, like, most of the US population is concentrated between, like, the same, like, 5 or 6 states, but, like, I don't know. I didn't realize California was that much of it. But, I don't know. I want to go to California just to say I've been to California, you know? It's not Canadian, we're sticking to the terrace drama. Bring in the underground syrup ring. We're breaking into that, doesn't, like, Quebec have, like, some, there's, like, some, like, big storage of maple syrup that they have in Quebec? Like, they have maple syrup reserves. In case, like, yeah, the syrup reserve. It's like how I think, isn't there, like, somewhere in the States that has, like, a cheese reserve? Like, there's just, like, a cheese cave and it's full of, like, years worth of cheese in case there's like a cheese shortage or something. Yeah, I think the Canadian equivalent of that is like the syrup reserves. Like in case, I don't know, the maples fail one year or something. I'm not sure. What is actually the purpose of the cheese cave now that I think of it? Are they worried like if the cows go extinct temporarily or something? Or is it like a place where they're leaving the cheeses to age? The same place with cheese cases and maple syrup reserve just a few minutes away. Ah yes, America's inventory. I think it was excess milk. Oh, was it like they had too much milk? And then they needed to make a ton of cheese with it, but then they need somewhere to put the cheese. So they're like, okay, we're gonna put it in the cheese cave. We're gonna build a cheese cave and put cheese in it. It's in Missouri. I am in Missouri. And I'm hungry now. I had breakfast, but like, man, okay, I'm stuck in a cycle. I know that I'm about to break my reputation as grocery streamer, but like, I have ruined myself because I'm like, I keep I keep buying, because like, okay. Once I start my new job, I think this will be easier once I start the job in January because it has a regular schedule as opposed to this one where they just kind of place me wherever. But like, I feel like lately, it's like, I will be like, okay, I don't have any food at home. I don't have any groceries at home that I can make something with. So I'm just going to buy something from the store or, you know, like I'm gonna eat out or something. And then this traps me in a cycle where I'm like, okay, I'm going to eat out because I don't have any groceries at home. And then I'm like, oh, and then later, sometimes I'm like, I want to make something at home. But then I'm like, I didn't buy any groceries because in my mind I was like, oh, I'll probably not have time to make anything, so I'll probably keep eating out this week, so there's no point in buying groceries because they're just gonna go to waste. It's the eternal cycle where I'm like, I don't buy groceries because I think I'm gonna be eating out, and then I eat out because I don't have any groceries at home. This keeps happening. I'm stuck in the cycle. I think it's partly, I mean, the cycle will break. It's because I keep having like an irregular schedule, I think. So sometimes it's like, if I get home, because like sometimes I'm eating at different times of day. It'll be easier in January, I think. I'll be able to lock in again in January, I think, once I'm like, you know, leaving home and going home at the same time every day. Yeah. It comes from the 30s and the government started to subsidize dairy, so the farmers started overproducing, knowing the government would buy it up. So over 80 years, there's like $300 million worth of dairy, and it's because something of a third rail in politics, because that would make a huge economic hit if they stopped. Okay, so they needed a reason to, or no, they had a reason to keep producing dairy, but then they realized they didn't have enough dairy, or they had too much dairy. Oh, I see. Okay, so they had too much dairy, so they put some of it in cheese. And they put the cheese in the cheese cave. And now we have a cheese cave. Too bad you don't have much freezer space for freezer meal prep. At least that way food won't go bad. Yeah, I have no freezer space. I need to throw some stuff out because I think some stuff went bad due to how tightly I packed it in the freezer. And it's only gonna get worse because I know people are gonna be coming for the holidays and they're gonna bring all their like frozen stuff and they're gonna be like, can I put this in the freezer? And I'm gonna have to be like, let me join. Why nocturnal mahjong though? It's only 6 p.m. I think you have an interesting definition of nocturnal. It's 6 p.m. But it's because I had a headache this morning. That's why. Is there an outdoor freezer chest or am I too rural coded? I think you're too rural coded. The answer is that we actually have 3 freezers. So we have 2 upstairs. And one big one downstairs. Unfortunately, my grandma tends to stockpile things in the freezer, which means that there's not really that much room for other things sometimes, so... yeah. Like, at one point... and I think this kept happening for a while, and eventually we figured it out, but like... for the longest time, my grandma was ordering, like... because she would order her groceries and get them delivered, right? And she was getting so many frozen meals delivered. Like, you know, frozen meals, frozen pizzas, like a bunch of frozen foods delivered. And I think it ended up being because she was trying to, like, hit a certain amount for, like, free delivery or something. But either way, it was getting to a point where it's like, okay, you have to stop because we literally don't have anywhere to put this. We cannot fit this many free meals in the freezer. Or freezer meals in the freezer. Like... yeah. Need a chest freezer for my basement. Was it an online service or a local one? It's like, it was the website of a grocery store that is nearby. But, yeah, so they would deliver it. But yeah. Hello, Faye. Good evening. But now I'm hungry. And I don't have anything in the fridge, because as I mentioned before, I have the cycle of... so I'm about to fall victim to my own cycle again, because I'm like, I want food. I want foods. I only have snacks in the house right now. Oh, okay, it's like I have food, but like I don't have food that can be made into a meal, you know? It's like, okay, I have Like, yeah, I could be creative, but to me, I don't think I would end up with, like, a meal. I would just end up with, like... Do you have cheese? I do not. Well, I mean, I have cheese, but it's, like, halloumi, so I can't really use that for a lot of... for anything outside of its, like, you know, usual purpose. Let's go. Yippee! Big. Eggy wins. Eggy wins. I could just destroy some halloumi and hot sauce. Because yeah, usually what I do with the halloumi is I make a wrap with the halloumi and vegetables. The problem is I don't have the vegetables. And I don't have enough halloumi to make... And obviously I wouldn't want to make a wrap with only halloumi. But it's like, okay, what do I have? I have halloumi. I have garlic. I don't have eggs because they expired. I have stuff in the freezer, but obviously I can't, like, I would have to take that out and wait for it to thaw, so that's not really an option right now. I have rice, but that's not a meal. I have pasta, but I don't really have anything to put on it. I guess I could do peanut butter noodles again, but I had, like, something with peanut butter on it for breakfast, so I'm like, I don't know if I want to have peanut butter twice in a day. Rice is food. Yeah, but that's not a meal! I can't just, like, shove rice in my mouth and call that just a dinner. The eggs might still be okay as long as they don't float in the water. I don't know. I think, what day is it? It's the 15th. Oh yeah, they're over a week expired. I'm not taking a chance on that. Tuna pasta salad. Bold of you to assume I have tuna. Also, it's spaghetti. I don't think spaghetti makes for a very good pasta salad. Fried rice with a meat. White rice, not so much. Yeah, I don't think I have... I don't have anything I could fry the rice with. Like... Because, like, I don't really have vegetables. I don't have... I have apples. You can't fry rice with apples. I mean, I guess you could, but, like, there's nothing stopping you. But, like, that's not a meal. That's not a meal. Frozen veggies are good to keep around. Actually, okay, I have some edamame. But again, rice and edamame is not a meal. No matter how you fry it. That's a meal, get creative. But that's not creative with cooking, Faye. That's just like getting creative with your definition of the word meal. Yeah. I think I had frozen veggies at one point, but I think I got through the whole bag. Ooh. I am so much zhonging. Getting creative with cooking should be reserved only for starvation cases like our ancestors wanted. Yeah, I'm like... It's like, I don't know. Today I'm in the mood... The other thing, too, is I'm not in a rice mood today. I feel like so much of what I eat during the week has been, like, rice stuff. And I'm like, I don't know if I'm in a rice mood today. I'm in a mood to eat a whole pizza. I won't eat a whole pizza, but, like, I'm in a mood to eat a whole pizza. Is the kind of mood I'm in. I got 3 veggie bags, I'm always stocked up. Yeah, I don't know, I think I had one again, there's no more room for anything else in the freezer. There's no room for anything else. And to be fair, it's not exactly my fault, it's just that, like, my grandma already had a ton of stuff in that freezer that she probably doesn't even remember is there, but I don't want to throw it out because I don't think she would want me to do that either. So, I just have to live like this with limited freezer space. It is what it is. Do you want to eat a KFC? No. I don't think, like, out of all the fried chicken places that exist where I am, I don't know a single person who prefers KFC over any of the other ones. Like, where I live, it's like, okay, we have Popeyes, we have KFC, we have Jollibee, we have a few locations of Chick-fil-A, we have... There's gotta be another one I'm missing. We have enough locations, like, different places that serve fried chicken. I don't think a single person prefers KFC over other ones. Church's, Wingstop. Oh, we do have Church's. I don't think we have Wingstop. Mary Brown's. Yeah, that's another one that I think is specifically Canadian. Yeah, I think the thing is like, the only people I know who prefer KFC are people who either live, like, it's all people who live in a country where either KFC is better there, or there's, like, not a lot of selection and KFC is just kind of one of the few choices for it. Like, time to bring out the budget flour tortilla pizza. I don't have stuff to put on it. I just said I don't have cheese. I don't buy cheese because it would always go moldy because they never sell cheese in small amounts. They only sell cheese in big amounts. I don't have bread either. At times like this, I would make a grilled cheese, but I don't have... that would require bread, which I do not have. KFC is only good for a meal when you only have $5. I don't know, I just feel like for $5 I could get something better at like Taco Bell or something, you know? Like a cheeseless pizza. I don't have tomatoes. I don't have sauce. Like my okay, you know what? My breakfast this morning was an apple and a whole wheat tortilla with peanut butter on it. And I feel like if we keep reducing the definition of pizza, that's where we're gonna end up with again. This is where we're gonna end up. I'm gonna eat the same thing twice in a day. And I'm not gonna be satisfied with it either time. Yeah. Taco Bell kind of revamped their menu. They have their own chicken rice bowl now. Oh, yeah. I haven't been to... I feel like every time I go to Taco Bell, I order a Crunchwrap because everything else that they have seems to just be an inferior version of a Crunchwrap. EGGY or Winnie? How about an egg pizza? I just told you my eggs are bad. Sometimes for me, it's the responsibility of washing dishes that's a nuisance, especially amount of dishes versus the quality of the meal. It's a chore that needs planning. Yeah. For me, it's like I sometimes it's also too, it's like I get home. It's like, okay, I finish work. It takes me, I don't know, like 45 minutes to an hour to get home. I get home and it's like, okay, now I'm hungry, but also I need to actually make the food. That's still like tacking on another like half hour to actually make the food. And I'm like, ugh. So sometimes I'm just like, yeah, I want to be able to get home and sit down and just immediately eat. So I get like I've been eating a lot of, grocery store poke bowls and grocery store sushi. I feel like that's what I keep falling back on. Like there's an Asian supermarket near where I work, so that's usually where I just keep picking it up. You go eat tortillas, peanut butter, and you go and say that's not a good breakfast. Because I wasn't satisfied. I didn't feel full. It was a whole wheat tortilla too. That's different. You have a slow cooker? No. I have a rice cooker, but I don't think it can quite do the same thing. Something pre-chopped veggies for the fridge, make spring rolls with rice paper and frozen shrimp. Yeah, I'd love to have a tortilla with peanut butter for breakfast. Are tortillas and peanut butter expensive where you are? Yeah, Furikake takes cheap sushi up a notch. Oh, you know what? I should try that. I haven't tried that yet. Because yeah, usually what I do is I get a poke bowl from the grocery store. Because I think, okay, where the grocery store I go to, I think, poke bowls are kind of I think they make the poke bowls as specifically to get rid of like the excess fish that, like, you know, when they have like ends, I guess, that are like, you know, not enough to use for sushi, but like, so I think that's just how they get rid of their excess fish, but I'm fine with that. But like, yeah, the poke bowl I like. It's actually kind of funny because I feel like the other day I was like, okay, maybe I should do something different. I'll try eating a poke bowl from the food court in like a nearby mall. I'll try eating a poke bowl there instead of at the grocery store. And I was kind of mad because the poke bowl from the food court, it was worse in every possible way. Like, it was more expensive. It was like double the price. The portion wasn't that much bigger. It was pretty much the same. And you could only have one kind of fish on it. And also the quality, like the fish felt less like flavorful. Like it wasn't like bad or anything, but like it felt less tasty. And I'm like, I can't believe that this was like worse in every single possible way. It was just like less fish, less of a variety of fish, more expensive, worse fish. It was like, it's like $10 here. I prefer honey. Oh, for peanut butter. Interesting. Peanut butter here is like considered like, especially like the processed kind, like the one that's like, you know, 50% icing sugar or something. It's considered like a very cheap food here. Like it's in the, that kind of peanut butter here is considered in like the same tier as like instant ramen or like beans and rice tier of cheap food. I think that was a mistake. It's fine. Yeah, I make the tortillas by myself with egg, milk, and wheat. That I've never done on my own. The ones here I think are mostly corn tortillas, I think. Those are the ones you find at the grocery store. But the one I have is whole wheat, so it's like a different thing. It's full of seeds and stuff. Yeah, it's really easy. Just mix them with a fork. I don't know though, because I feel like I've seen people who have tried to make tortillas, and it seems like something that's like really easy to screw up. Like I've seen people who have tried to make them, but like if you don't get like the measurements perfect, then they're just crumbly. Like, yeah, mall food court does have limited space versus a grocery store. Also, grocery store food is probably fresher. That's true. Yeah, I've been using peanut butter on my hot dogs recently. Whole wheat bread, toasted, spread with a dark roast peanut butter. Dark roast peanut butter. That's something I don't know if I've heard before. Too dry, water. Too wet, flour. Yeah, because like I don't know. I've known people who've tried to make them, and it's like they're like, all I made was a mess. Yeah, I'm lucky since my grocery store makes fresh tortillas. Yeah, I don't know. To be fair, I think the people I've known who tried to make tortillas from scratch were trying to make it with corn, I think, instead of like wheat flour. So maybe with wheat it's a little bit easier. I imagine, no, with wheat it's probably a lot easier. I think it was the corn part that was... This talk is peak first world problems or rather Canadian world problems. I don't know, like, I guess, I don't know many people who make their own tortillas here. Because, like, I don't know, I think I've known people who have done their own roti, I think? I've known people who have done their own roti. That I've done, but it's because my mom knew somebody who knew how to make it. But, yeah, no, I don't know if I've ever... Again, everyone I know who've tried to make tortillas tried to do it with corn and they all failed, so... But wait, so if... You mix them with a fork, do you put it over like a frying pan? Is it like a similar process to making pancakes? It's just that like what you Like the ingredients are different. Yeah, I prefer corn tortillas unless it's for seafood tacos. Yeah, again, I honestly, until recently, I just assumed that, like, in order for something to be considered a tortilla, it had to be made with corn. But, yeah, pancakes are pretty tasty, too. I love making pancakes with honey. I don't know, I haven't had pancakes in a while, except at restaurants. I think the thing with pancakes is just, like... I think I like them as a dessert, but not necessarily as a breakfast. I feel like whenever I go to, like, a breakfast restaurant, I never order pancakes, because I'm like, that's just too much sugar for the morning. Prefer waffles over pancakes? Yeah, I don't know. Usually I get waffles or I get crepes if I'm out. I made crepes at one point in my life. I got really into making crepes for a while, and then I just stopped for whatever reason. A tortilla is a corn pancake. Oh, okay. So it's essentially the same process. Because, like, I think the other times, again, the only similar thing I've tried to make before was, like, roti. And I think the process for that was, like, you had to, like, cover it in oil or something before you, like, put it on the pan. Yeah, crepes are good. I like savory ones. Yeah, crepes are more versatile, I think. I don't know, though. Recently, I went to a restaurant, like a breakfast place, and I was like, I was trying to look on their menu for crepes, and I saw they had a combo that was like savory crepe that, you know, has some kind of meat with it. And I'm like, okay. So I figured it was gonna be like, you know, the meat is inside the crepe, right? No, it turns out that it was literally just they gave you a plain crepe, and then they gave you like a bunch of bacon and sausage on the side. And I'm like, huh? I mean, technically it's not like, it matches the description. I'm not sure if it's, I'd say it's like what exactly I was looking for, you know? Pancakes are too much sugar. Meanwhile, my breakfast was an entire bag of corn pops. I don't know. I'm like, I guess I can only tolerate so much sugar in the morning. I have the same relationship with French toast, where I never liked French toast until one day I had it as a dessert instead of as a meal. I don't know. I just think anything covered in maple syrup, I feel, should be considered a dessert and not a breakfast. Except for maybe, I don't know, I guess maybe if it's like savory and then covered in syrup, like I think, like, I guess maple bacon or something doesn't necessarily count, but yeah. I remember when I used to work, I worked a job once at a mall that had like a crepes place in the food court, and I was just going there constantly. They had this one crepe that was like it was like a chicken Caesar crepe, and it was very tasty. It was like, they would like melt cheese into the crepe as they were cooking it, and then they would serve it with like, there was like vegetables and lettuce and some like grilled chicken, and then a bunch of like Caesar dressing on top, and it was very tasty. It was yummy and tasty, and I liked it. French toast with Caesar dressing. Nope. No. I'm also thinking about how French toast is one of those things that, like, they don't call it French toast in French. I think if I remember correctly, it's like pain doré. I think it's like golden bread, which makes more sense, because that kind of is what it is. I don't know where we got French toast from. Just toast, yeah, French toast, or as they call it in France, toast. You fools, I'm still in the lead. I win! I win! Eggy win, Eggy win, Eggy win. Eggy win. Thank you all for playing. GG to everybody else. Eggy win. Reported? What for? Being good at Zhong? Sounds like a problem on your end. You weren't even playing! You weren't even playing! Zhong abuse. Yeah, Faye, you weren't even playing. What's your problem here? What's your problem? Stemmed from an 18th century Albany innkeeper named Joseph French, or it could relate to an old Irish word for slicing to French, simply marketing by French immigrants in America to sound fancy, as French calls it pain perdu, lost bread. Lost bread. It is funny, it would be funny if it was the Joseph French is the correct one, though. That would be really funny. It's like, I can't believe we have managed to have, like, German chocolate cake happen twice. It's like we managed to make this mistake twice by having a guy with a country as his last name. Alright, hold on, I'm gonna drink more water. Okay, Iggy, time to lose? No. No. I do not think so. I do not think so. I will not do that. Haven't played Mahjong in ages. My Mahjong is le losing? What goes better with French toast, coffee, or tea? I mean, I'm biased because I prefer tea. I don't know. I'm getting better at drinking coffee. I'm getting better at drinking coffee. But I still prefer tea in most situations. I'm coming to the conclusion, I think, that I like espresso more than I like drip coffee. Because I'm getting to the point where I can drink, like, an Americano without anything in it. Whereas, like, I cannot drink a, I cannot drink just, like, a cup of regular drip coffee. Yeah, drip is like Americano. I don't know, though, because it's like, I don't know, it's like, for me, it's like a shot of espresso watered down has a different flavor to it than, like, coffee that's, like, just been, like, made and filtered normally. I don't know why. Have you tried brewing coffee with tea, like Assam, instead of water? I don't know. I've tried a few different, like, coffee tea blend drinks recently, and I didn't like any of them. Like, I tried one recently that's essentially just like a London fog with a shot of espresso poured in as well, and I did not care for it. Water plus coffee, Americano, what's to disagree with? Yeah, but it's different! It's different! Espresso is different than, like, whatever they're using for, whatever they're using for drip coffee. It's different! But yeah. I'm getting better at it, though. Tea plus espresso is a bit strange. Yeah, I don't know. It just... Maybe it depends on the tea. But, like, I feel like, I don't know, black tea plus coffee just... I tried another one that was, like, matcha and coffee, and that one also did not work for me either. I think part of it was just a texture thing with the matcha one, I think. Because I feel like matcha naturally tends to be a little bit grainy, right? Whereas I feel like if your coffee is grainy, then something has gone horribly wrong. So I think the thing is that, like, when you're drinking, like, a drink that has both matcha and coffee in it, then basically what you get is, like, it's basically you're getting, like, both the texture, the grainy texture of the matcha, and then the flavor of coffee. So it just, I don't know, it threw me off. I did not care for it. No. Eggy wants to feel posh with a nice coffee machine made at shop, and drip at home is too boring. I don't even have a... Well, okay, we have a coffee maker here, but I don't actually know how to use a coffee maker. I know it can't be that hard. I don't actually know. I don't actually know how to use a coffee maker. The coffee we have at home is like instant coffee, so that I'm not gonna drink black. Like black coffee with instant coffee is just, I don't know, maybe it's just like the specific brand of instant coffee that my grandma has. I feel like I need like more milk and sugar to make it better. Like a regular drip coffee machine, yeah. I don't really know. Like, I sort of know how to use a coffee maker, but like... Because I've used coffee makers when I'm in hotels before, but I used it to boil water for tea. Because they didn't have a kettle there. Daryl's is clearly doing a half flush. Not anymore. Not anymore. Why are you so strong today? I don't know, maybe because playing in the evening. My senses are sharpened or something. I'm hungry and I want to eat the tiles. But yeah, like, I don't know how to, like... Actually, I know it's like you use filters and you put the coffee in the filter and then you put the filter in the machine and then you press a button and then it drips the coffee. But like, yeah, I've never actually done it. I'm not 100% sure how to do it. But I don't know. It's just like one of those things where I'm like, I want to be able to drink coffee. Because the nice thing with tea is that, like, I can drink it plain. Like, I don't need anything in my tea, for most teas. Whereas, like, coffee, it's like, I feel like in order to be able to enjoy it, I need to add, like, another 100 calories of milk and sugar. And I feel like I would prefer to be able to, like, live in a way in which I don't need to do that. Yeah, I drink coffee without any sugar. I mean, I don't usually put sugar in it anymore either. But I need at least milk. Yeah, green tea is easier. Yeah, green tea, I never put anything actually in green tea. Maybe a little bit of honey, depending on what kind of green tea it is. But like, I don't like anything in my green tea. Earl Grey, or like other black teas, like Earl Grey, Orange Pekoe, English breakfast. Well, actually, Earl Grey I can drink without milk, but like usually I prefer to have milk. Have you thought about barley tea? Yes, but it doesn't have any caffeine in it. I actually still have like a ton of barley tea bags around, but how do you have to feel about the teas they serve at dim sum? Oh, like the jasmine tea? Is it jasmine tea they serve? I like jasmine tea. Unfortunately, it doesn't have any caffeine in it. Then my grandpa trained himself to drink black coffee after his doctor told him to cut back on sugar, and it worked. I mean, I don't know. I know some people who were like, got into black coffee by just brute forcing it until they could tolerate it. But like, I don't know. I don't feel the need to do that to myself. I think they serve oolong too. Oolong! I need to figure out where to... Because I feel like I see bottled oolongs all the time at the grocery store, but I need to figure out where to like actually buy like a bag of oolong. Plain coffee's supposed to give you chest hair. Yeah, see, I'm too cute and delicate for this. Bottle tea's a scam. Yeah, but it's yummy. It's yummy. I've been playing stereotypical French music while having the stream in the background to truly accentuate the nature of this talk. Wait, what does France have to do with this? I buy oolong from 7 Cups, a partial premium, but they also do tea tours. Is it like a... Do they have like an online shop? Yeah. But yeah, I actually... Okay, this is gonna sound like the most like petty complaint, but I actually like some bottled teas because I think they use like a different kind of water when they boil them or when they brew them. Because like, okay, the water here is insanely hard. Like, I live in a place with very hard water. And sometimes when I drink teas made with softer water, like, it just feels different. It feels different. I know I couldn't get that if I just boiled it at, like, if I made it at home from scratch, I would have to, like, what is hard water? I'm not 100% sure, but, like, it has to do with, like, the minerals that are in the source that your local area water is pulling from. So, like, hard water, again, it has different qualities to it. So, like, softer water will I don't know, it feels different. It's one of those things where it's like, if you drank hard water and then you drank soft water, you would know the difference. Yeah, you gotta soften your water. Because I remember, like, when I was in Japan, where I was living had, like, softer water than where I live in Canada. And I remember, like, I was wondering why, like, my skin was so much worse when I'm here in Canada. And the answer is, I think, just, like, because, like, hard water has a tendency to, like, dry out your skin and hair a bit more. And it also has a tendency to, like, leave a residue. Like, where I am right now, like, the water is hard enough that, like, if you have, like, dishes drying, if the water evaporates, there's often, like, a residue that it leaves behind. Because, like, there's just that many minerals left over in the water. And it's one of those things that, like, you can't really get it out by, like, boiling it. Like, yeah, it's not something... I heard the Netherlands has insanely soft water, which is great for tea. I just remember the one time, the last time I think I talked about, like, hard and soft water on stream, I think it was one eggplant from Germany, I think it was Zully. Was that Zully? Somebody from Germany was like, yeah, I wonder how hard the water is where I am. And then, like, looked it up and found out that, like, Germany's water is, like, so hard that they have, like, their own scale for it. Yeah. I think you might be washing the dishes wrong, or your dishwasher does not have a rinse aid cycle. No, I'm not. I'm talking about dishes we left on the dish rack. Like, I'm talking, like, there's certain dishes I can see that, like, has residue on it. Like, if you just, like, have a puddle, like, if you spill water on the counter and you don't clean it up, then, like, once it all evaporates, there will be, like, a puddle of, like, residue, basically. How do you wash your dishes? I mean, the same way everybody else does. Like, I find that, like, if you dry your dishes, there's less likely to be residue. But also, at some point, you just have to accept that there's going to be residue. Because, like, the residue isn't, like, harmful, right? So, it just looks bad. So I think the key is just to having, like, light-colored dishes, I guess. Just have dishes where, like, the residue is going to be less obvious. Don't buy, like, dark blue plates or something. So what you mean is mineral water is evil? Well, it depends what you mean by mineral water, because, like, when you have, like, bottled mineral water, usually it's balanced for, like, taste and such, you know? Whereas, like, I feel like tap water that is hard is usually not. Do You rinse them with hot water after putting them in soapy water? Yes, of course. Are there people who don't rinse them after putting them in soapy water? Yeah. Hard water. Yeah, the minerals build up and clog your faucet. Yeah, that's like another thing you have to deal with. Yeah, water has a taste? Yes. If you've ever had tap water from one place and got used to it and then moved somewhere else, you will notice the difference. I've also had, water can also have a smell, but I feel like every time I've experienced water with a smell, it was like well water. Because like there's been times where I've visited relatives that like live in a more like rural area, and they would get their water from, they're on like well water. And I feel like well water has a tendency to be like, I don't know, I remember going to my aunt's as a kid and being like, why does the water smell like a river? Like, more like not so well water, unwell water. And like, I don't know, well water is still safe to drink, it's just kind of stinky. At least at the places I was in. Like, you didn't have to like do anything. Like they drank from like a separate like water bottle for like, or they had like a separate, they essentially had their own water cooler, and that's what they would get their drinking water from. But like, I think they were still cooking with the well water. Like, it wasn't like bad for you or anything. It was just kind of stinky. Alright. Good job, DW. Congratulations on winning. Rest in peace to Daryl's. That was an attempt. There was an attempt. There you go, Shadow Realm. Ugh. You're getting sent to the Tiles dimension. Yeah, every country has their own spell too. Brain just neutralizes everything you get used to. That's fair. But even like between cities, like I know when I was a kid, sometimes we'd travel to certain cities and my mom's like, nope, I cannot handle the tap water here. Do I have to unfollow? Banned. No, you're good. Banned from Mahjong. No, nobody has ever been banned from Mahjong, I don't think. Not in the Eggy stream. Yeah, it happens over the course of like 1 year for me anyway. Gotta soak in vinegar when that happens and scrub. Yeah. No one has been banned from Mahjong. You can get banned from chat, but I don't think I can ban anybody from Mahjong. I can ban Faye from Mahjong. Well, I don't know. Can I ban somebody from Mahjong? I guess I can, like, block a player, I think. Can I do that? Hold on. Okay, I can report, which I'm not gonna do. Can I block a player, though? In chat. I can chat? In Mahjong? Sorry, you're getting one notification to W. Huh? Uh-huh? But yeah, okay, so it looks like I can report people, but I can't, like, block a player. Interesting. What can I report you for? Unfriendly behavior in match. Aggressive behavior towards other players in match. I don't know how you do that when your only form of communication is stickers, but okay. Nickname that violates rules. Inappropriate nickname. Leaving match early or AFK. Intentionally prolonging the match. Yeah, I don't know, but what if their computer just sucks? That happens sometimes. Cheating. Okay. Revealing hands. Interesting. Offensive stickers. I don't know, maybe somebody just keeps spamming the same one. Is that offensive? How do I write a response? I'm not 100% sure. I'm not even sure how I got into it in the first place. Yeah, try to minimize the amount I have to wash because I hate doing dishes and I don't have a dishwasher. Yeah. Reported for using blue archive characters. Maybe can you report somebody for using, you know, like the guy with the really loud voice that goes, REACH! Just reporting for using that guy. Sent you a message? How does this work? How do I check my messages, actually, now that I think of it? I don't see it. I don't see it. How does this work? Hold on, maybe if I go into myself? Ah, here we go. Oh, many of you have tried to send messages. Yay! Can I reply? Oh, it doesn't look like I can reply to them. I can, like, get rid of them, but I can't reply to them. Man. Can't reply to any of them. The other thing I think of on first glance is dishwashing detergent can't deal with the hard water or its soap residue. Yeah, but keep in mind that this also happens to stuff that isn't touched by dish soap. Like, this also happens in, like, the bathroom and stuff. Alright. Let's go. OMG Zhang. Hello, Colt. It is Zhang. Sorry, you just missed the, like, we literally just started. We just started a new game. Yeah. Cleaning the bathroom is so much more work when you have hard water. Yeah. Well, it's like there's, it's like on top of the buildup of all the other things that can build up in a bathroom, it's like you now have the buildup of, like, minerals as well. Lime scale and glasses? Yeah, but it's also the counter. It's also the counter. I don't know, Robert. Are you trying to be like a hard water truther? The minerals in the water aren't real. But yeah. Yeah. I think you have a skill issue with water. I don't know. I live here and the water is hard. My shower head is now soaking in a mix of water and vinegar. See? Lime scale can't melt steel beams. Hard water can't melt lime scale beams. But yeah, I don't know. I guess it's one of those things, if you've never lived in a place that has like especially hard or especially soft water, it's like you don't think about it until it happens to you, and then you're like, oh. Oh. Why is stereotypical French music so fitting for this stream? I don't know. Why are you listening to stereotypical French music? How did you even find that? Did you just Google, like, France music 12-hour compilation and then, like, just listen to the first thing that came up? Yes, I have it on loop. Were you listening to this before the stream started? Is this like French music, France to study and fall asleep to? I started to play once you started to talk about food. I didn't talk about French food though. Did I bring up cheese once? I talked about cheese once and now we're in France territory? Stereotypical French music is just the E33 soundtrack. Oh yeah, wasn't that like... I didn't watch the Game Awards because I was like working that evening. Didn't they win like everything on Earth? I don't know. I can't say that I have any particular like strong feelings about the Game Awards because like the things I like do not tend to be the things that get nominated. But oh. Alors, il faut que maintenant... C'est quelle heure? 6h55. Ok, jusqu'à 7h. Je dois parler au sujet des Game Awards en français. It was a victory for the French and the French Canadian. Mais c'est Expedition 33, c'est de France. Est-ce qu'il y a un studio au Québec? They won everything in Warburg Race. Ah oui, j'ai vu les images, j'ai vu les photos. Game Awards English. Ben, c'est quoi qu'on appelle Game Awards en français? Normalement, on utilise le mot en anglais. On dit Academy Awards et on dit les Oscars. On n'utilise pas... Peut-être on peut dire avec un accent français, comme les Oscars. Mais on dit pas les prix Académie. Peut-être on utilise ça au Québec. Mais tout le monde que je connais dit oh, les Oscars. On regarde les Academy Awards. Il a gagné un Golden Globe. Expedition 33 is a fake sequence of words. Ben, c'est quoi d'autre qu'on l'appelle en français? Ça c'est 33. C'est le mot en français. C'est quoi que tu veux que je l'appelle? J'ai pas joué le jeu, alors je sais pas pourquoi le jeu est appelé Expedition 33, mais... Il probablement dit 33 un fois dans le jeu, probablement. I was reading French phrase minutes ago and you didn't notice. Ben, ok, ceci c'est un long French phrase, ok? C'est quoi ton fromage préféré? J'aime le brie et camembert. Et aussi halloumi, mais je sais pas qui... Halloumi, c'est un peu différent. C'est quelque chose... C'est un... tout autre chose. Ah, j'adore le Québec. Ah, voici fait avec le Google Translate. Mais... Oui, ils ont gagné tous les Game Awards. Mais je sais pas vraiment à quoi penser avec les Game Awards parce que les jeux que j'aime jouer, ils ne sont pas les types de jeux qui se trouvent avec des nominations pour ces types de prix. Mais... Ouh! Oui. Gagné. Ouais. Mais I'm sure French words are having it sounding punch away with the strongest Anglo pronunciation of Oscars. Mais c'est quoi les Oscars? C'est quoi que je veux que je dis? Les Oscars. Peut-être que c'est une situation de Toby Fox. Ou c'est avec français, 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 français. Toho Project. Français, français, français. Mais... Oui, avec ça, je sais pas quoi penser parce que... Honnêtement, avoir quelque chose comme les Game Awards pour des jeux vidéo... Les jeux vidéo se trouvent dans une place un peu étrange avec... Parce que, ok, quelque chose que je pense, c'est que les jeux vidéo, les personnes qui font les jeux vidéo, les créateurs des jeux vidéo, ils sont souvent des personnes qui n'ont pas vraiment d'expérience avec parler en public. Ce sont pas comme... Ce sont des artistes, mais ce ne sont pas des artistes de performance. Il y a pas vraiment beaucoup de personnes dans l'industrie qui sont respectées, mais qui ont aussi du charisme. Charisme? Ok, it's 7 p.m. It's 7 p.m. French is over. Vous allez remporter les Game Awards. Allez-vous faire envoyer au Québec un vaisseau spatial en forme de baguette? No, what? No. Put away the Google Translate, Faye. Vraiment, vraiment. Un autre 5 minutes. French forever. Un jour, vous allez avoir pas assez de points. Peut-être un jour, si je fais un streamathon, peut-être ça pourrait être quelque chose pour ça. Donnez-moi 100$ et je pourrais faire un stream entièrement en français. C'est fun, c'est quoi ça? C'est quoi? J'ai toujours peur qu'un jour, quelqu'un va entrer ce stream pour la première fois. Et puis, je vais être dans un moment français. Je vais être dans un moment où je parle français. Et puis, ils vont être comme... Eh? Ils vont regarder les tags et ça dit anglais. Ils vont dire... Hein? Ouais, c'est quoi que je regarde? Oh oui, j'ai déjà vu ce tweet-là. Avec... c'est le tweet de fromage. Ah, j'ai une histoire. Je sais pas si ça va me doxer, mais si je le dis en français, peut-être personne va comprendre. Mais en école secondaire, j'avais un professeur. Son dernier nom était Cheeseman. Et la première fois que je l'ai entendu, je pensais pas que ça c'était comme un vrai nom. C'est comme si vous avez à voir comme Eggman, et puis c'est comme l'ami de Eggman ou quelque chose comme ça. Mais une fois qu'on était en français, dans ma classe de français, et puis on parlait du Cheeseman, et puis on a commencé de l'appeler l'homme de fromage au lieu de Cheeseman. Ben, je pourrais, je peux raconter cette histoire en français parce que personne va comprendre. Ils vont seulement entendre Cheeseman et Eggman et puis ils vont rien comprendre. French cheesemongers popped up in that German town. Conséquence, je suis vraiment désolé, je ne peux pas dépenser 40€ en fromage. Gouffre en fromage. Tu peux retourner en chercher d'autres. Je crois qu'on pourrait dépenser près de 100€ en fromage cette semaine-là. Fromage. Fromage. Mais... Ok, c'était quoi? Oh, quelqu'un m'a expliqué une fois. Il y avait un meme avec les personnes qui jouent au Monster Hunter. Avec, c'était comme quelque chose comme je suis monté et puis désolé. On m'a dit que c'était que parce qu'il y avait comme un, il y avait tu pouvais faire le chat en Monster Hunter, mais avec ça, il y avait seulement certaines phrases que tu pouvais dire et ça se quand on faisait le chat, ça se fait dans le langue que tu joues avec. Alors, quelqu'un a dit, si vous jouez avec quelqu'un qui avait joué le jeu en français, il disait comme je suis monté quand il montait un monstre. Et puis quand s'il meurt, ils disent désolé. C'était quelque chose de Monster Hunter, je crois. Je suis monté. Désolé. Ok. Ouais. Ouais. That's un Winning Game Awards. C'était pas moi, c'était France, pas Québec. Je n'habite pas en France. J'habite au Canada. I'm Canadian and French time is over. But yeah, I don't know how I feel about like the Game Awards, because as I was saying in French, I don't know how to feel about the Game Awards because it's like, I feel like it's different than with like movies or music, right? Because the thing with video games is that like, a lot of video games are made by people who do not necessarily have like public speaking and presentation skills. Like, these aren't performers, right? They're still artists, but they're not performers. And like, yeah, there are a certain number of video game guys who are like, you know, charismatic and good on stage, but like, you know, enough to sustain a whole award show? Not really. So then we have to bring in the Muppets. You know? That's the problem that I think is unique to the Game Awards.
Boom.
Yeah. I think someone said games are like art plus a toy. Yeah, hold on. Let me put on more silly toys music.
Presenting odd.
No! Advertisements! Go away. I will not cheat that. Okay. I think more people should wear berets to award shows. True! True! But, yeah, no, I guess it's just like... Yeah, says a person wearing a beret. Sorry, do I have an agenda? I have like a beret agenda here. But yeah, I don't know. I don't... Again, like I said in French, most of the games that I like to play are not the kind of games that get nominated for awards. So like, I'm not really too hung up on who wins a game award, you know? If a game I like wins an award, I'm like, cool. And then like, that's about as much as I think. Wasn't Katamari nominated? I don't know. Was it? If it was, I wasn't aware of it. But I don't know. I think video games are in a weird place when it comes to awards. Because I was thinking about this too as well. Like, I think another hurdle that they're up against as well is that like, okay, so I know one common criticism of like the Academy Awards is that like they're very like English language centered, right? Like a lot of times, like you have the occasional exception, but like for the most part, like if your movie is produced in a language other than English, it's getting thrown in the best foreign films category, right? But the thing is that like the average English speaking person mostly will watch movies that are originally made in English, right? But the average English-speaking video game player is probably going to be playing things that are not all originally made in English, right? Because, like, so much of the gaming industry is, you know, it's in Japan. I mean, I guess there's a lot of developers in France, but they don't all make video games in French, but... Yeah, didn't Parasite win both Best Foreign Film and Best Film overall? Yeah, but I feel like Parasite was kind of an exception, though. Like, I just feel like so much of, like, the games industry is not centered in America that if you tried to, like, run an American award show with just, like, games that are originally produced in English, you're gonna be, like, missing a solid chunk of all of video gaming, you know? Yeah, Ubisoft just releases in English anyway, the market is too big. Yeah, I feel like France is in like a weird position. Because I think about like how many video game like studios have people in France, but like how many of them are actually like making... Because like, you know, there's a lot of video game studios in Japan making games for the Japanese market, or like studios in China making for Chinese people. But like, there aren't a lot of like studios in France that I know of that are specifically making for French people. Like, I feel like it's mostly for like overseas, you know? All green? No. I refuse. I also forget that Arcane is also French. Yeah, there's a lot of animation happening in France as well. Are you tuned into the French discourse? There's French discourse? Like about the French language, or about like French gaming, or about Expedition 33? Yes, all of those things. But like the French internet in general. I don't know, it's also weird because despite speaking French, I don't actually run into a lot of French internet. Every so often I will get like a French tweet on my timeline, but like I feel like I don't... It's like the website is not aware that I can speak French. Like... Yeah. Yeah. French go to a place and the first thing they do is complain about local politics and get involved with neighborhood problems. I also forget that David Cage is French. Oh wait, he's French? This is how I learned that he's French? Yeah, he's French. I guess he's French. Life is Strange is also aggressively French. You know, I never actually played Life is Strange. Like, I always thought it was more of an American thing. But wait, no, maybe it is French. I seem to remember there was like some argument about like the word lycée, because like lycée is like high school in France, but like not in American or something. Good morning, Eggy. Good morning, Shinix. It's actually the evening. It is actually now 7:12 p.m. Hey, I'm not... Stop trying to peer pressure me into doing big hands. That won't work. Not gonna work. Hold on, I'm gonna need to stretch. I'm so sorry, Eggy. What have you done? I mean, I'm still alive. I'm still in third. I'm not losing. Who is your hockey team? I'm a failed Canadian. I'm sorry. I actually don't follow hockey. I don't follow hockey. My dad likes the Toronto Maple Leafs, for what it's worth. I'm a failed Canadian. Doesn't follow hockey. I mean, I guess I can skate. Doesn't follow hockey, doesn't like snow. I guess I can speak French, so I succeeded in that part. Only sometimes wants to eat things with maple syrup. Do you play curling? I do not. I can skate. I can skate. I know some people who can't, but I can. How often do you eat poutine? Probably not, not that often. I don't know. I think I've eaten at Tim Hortons more than I eat poutine, for what it's worth. Can Canadians climb mountains without any trouble? Only people on the West Coast or who are in Alberta. I don't live near any mountains. Like, there's not really any mountains on this side of the country. They're all kind of on the west side. Fake Canadian. I'm sorry, I'm not a fake Canadian, I'm just a failed Canadian. I didn't lie, I failed. I think you should go for 13 orphans. I'm not doing big hands. You don't even pronounce it as a boot? I think that's more of an East Coast thing. I'm sorry for living in middle Canada. Doesn't pronounce it a boot, doesn't follow hockey, doesn't like snow. Only eats poutine sometimes. Only eats Timbits sometimes. Only... I mean, I've skied a couple times. I can skate. I don't know. I'm, like, not that great at skiing, but it's also been, like, over a decade since the last time I went skiing, so... Can you blame me? I live in middle of the US and no one cares about our region either. Well, it's like, I don't know. I live in the most populous part of the country, and yet I guess it's also just kind of in the middle. Yeah, it could be worse. It could be from Thunder Bay and say cottage is a camp. Do they say that? I mean, I don't have a cottage because my family does not have that kind of money, but I've known people who do. I've stayed at other people's cottages. I don't know if I'd call it camping, though. They describe their cottage as camp. To be fair, given how cold it gets in the winter, I don't think you would want to do actual camping, though. Like, when I went to Girl Guide camp as a kid, in the summer, for, like, spring and summer camps, we would be in tents outside. But for the winter camps, we would be in a building. Because it's, like, way too cold. It's way too cold to not do that. I mean, I guess I could see if your cottage doesn't have, like... If your cottage doesn't have, like, a ton of heating, I could see how it would feel like camping. I remember Ottawa being somewhat in the middle between Montreal and Toronto, but it's not very middle of Canada. I mean, yeah, but keep in mind that, like, Canada also has kind of a similar thing to the States, where, like, large swaths of it are, like, largely uninhabited. How about snowshoeing or ice fishing? I've never been ice fishing. I've been regular fishing, but I've never been ice fishing. I have been snowshoeing before. I did not care for snowshoeing. I'm gonna be real. I think I preferred skiing. I prefer cross-country skiing I prefer over snowshoeing. I've ice fished. Did you catch anything? Absolutely no 10. There was not a single 10 there. Alright. Good job. 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 Good job, DW. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good gaming. Good jonging, everybody. Good jonging. Good jonging. I think I'd rather ski too. Sliding is better than stepping. Yeah, and it's like stepping with effort. Because, like, I think the only time I've, like, ever actually enjoyed snowshoeing is when, like, the snow is so deep that you know that you would not be able to walk over this area without snowshoes, kind of thing. Like, I think one year we were visiting my mom's family in Quebec, and there was, like, an insane amount of snow. And, like, snowshoeing then was kind of fun, because it's, like, you're just walking on top of, like, this, like, mountain of snow. But, like, on a normal day, when there's a normal amount of snow, it just feels kind of useless, you know? Hold on, give me a second. I need to switch out my earbud. Hold on. I was playing Mahjong NiceEggy starts French. I'm sorry. Blame the people who kept, you gotta blame the people who kept requesting it. I should really put a cooldown on that. I've been bowfishing, but I only ever went after invasive species because I prefer to catch and release normally. Yeah. Again, I've only been fishing a couple times. I don't know if I caught anything, though. Again, we weren't fishing for food. We were just fishing for fun, I guess. But yeah. 2 times is probably fine. Yeah, like I'm not a huge fishing person, I think. Like it's just kind of it's fine, I guess. It's just a lot of sitting and waiting, you know? Have you ever caught anything? Not really, no. Nothing of note. I remember the first time I ever went fishing, I was with my dad and his friend, and I think I've told the story before. There was us at the dock, there was like our group, and then there was like another guy. And I just remember that like at one point, both my dad's friend and the other guy, they both felt like a tug on the rod at the same time, so they started like reeling it in, and then they realized that like one of them had caught the other person's lure. So that was the first time I ever went fishing. Je parle français maintenant. No, you don't. Monsieur Google Translate? Monsieur Deepel? It's like, what if we went fishing and I caught your lure? Yeah, I think I don't know. I'm not a fishing person, I think. Like, I guess maybe if somebody invited me on their fishing trip and, like, they took care of everything else, like all the planning and stuff, I'd consider it, but I feel like it's not something I would do out of, like, my own free will. I'll show you the way, Eggy. Jake has been showing up to every stream with that, like, woman love me, fish fear me hat. What's the other one I keep seeing? The, told my wife I was going to the bank, didn't tell her which one, and it's like a picture of, like, a guy standing fishing on a riverbank. I wear that hat. I mean, I've seen people make funny variations on it, too. Like, women fear me, fish fear me, everyone fears me, I'm alone in this world. Women love me, fish love me, I'm universally beloved. Man, I love fishing. Last time I fished, a fish escaped in the air. Oh, you thought you got him. You were like so close. I saw one that was like, my lawyer has advised me not to discuss my situation with women and fish. Women love me, fish have complicated feelings about me. You know what I mean to Kid Faye? He was trying his best. He's doing his best. He still couldn't catch the fish, though. He did not have a future as a fisherman. Oh, my Oshi, I was going to the bank. Didn't tell her which one. The fish and I have formed an uneasy alliance against the woman. Oh, now we're getting like drama here. We're gonna get like clickbait. It's like, you won't believe what the women have said about the fish. Women scare me, fish scare me. I have severe anxiety. Fish battle royale. Born to egg, world is glorp. Rhythm Chinese characters. Crackamal 1989, I am trash man. 410,757,800. Oh wait, no, I misread the number. Rotten egg. I feel like I've seen a lot of variations on that one too. I think what's the one? It's like Born to Love, World is a Friend. I'm obligated with the stereotypical French music. I mean, you can do whatever you want. Maybe next stream I'll start playing stereotypical French music. Like, I don't think I'm that French, though. Like, I'm normal amount of Canadian. I'm a failed Canadian, but I'm like a normal amount of failed Canadian, you know? Poisson. Les femmes m'aiment. Les poissons ont peur de moi. Back. Welcome back. You drop your evil opinions when you enter into full French mode. I don't know, do I have evil opinions? I try not to be evil. I don't know, I think a problem I realized recently is like, I like being right, which I think is normal. I think everybody likes being right. But I'm realizing that, like, I feel like sometimes when I'm in an argument, if I'm wrong about something, like, the emotion that happens when I am wrong about something is like the same emotion that happens when I am, like, guilty about something. Like, it's like the emotion that I get from, like, being wrong about something, even if it's inconsequential, is like the same emotion that I get from, like, doing something bad. Like, the emotion I feel from being wrong is the same emotion I feel if somebody said that I offended them, you know? And it's like, no, being wrong isn't a sin, but for some reason my brain is just, like, processing them the same way. French Mahjong rules. Egg wins, everyone else 4th place. We're getting French Mahjong. It's like how there's, like, American Mahjong. French Mahjong. Yeah. Born to Hug, World is Fun. That's what I was looking for. Love 'em all, 1989. I Am Nice Man. Giant Number, Good Friends. If I'm wrong, I just say I'm wrong and I move on. Much easier. I mean, yeah, externally. The thing is that for me, it's not an external thing. Like, if I'm wrong, I will just be like, yeah, I was wrong, and move on, externally. But inside, I'm like, I should be punished for being wrong about something completely inconsequential. Like, it's like the same, again, it's like the same feeling as, like, having done something wrong. Despite the fact that, like, on a logical level, I know that, like, being wrong is not a crime, you know? Did you have highly critical parents? Not necessarily. I mean, I think they were like a normal level of critical, I think. Yeah. Speaking of American Mahjong, I learned recently that there's British Mahjong? What's the difference there? Iggy's the firstborn, I think it's the expectation of firstborns. Maybe? I mean, you can try and pick apart my brain all day, but, like, I don't know. I think maybe it's more of a... It's more of a, I like to think I am smart, and if I am smart, then that means I must be right. And if I am not right, that means I am not smart. Like, the idea that somebody can be both smart and also wrong about things is, like, something I know on a logical level, but, like, something that, like, I guess my brain has not quite computed on, like, an emotional level. Just a thought, maybe I'm wrong, excuse me while I cry uncontrollably. Well, now that's gonna cure me, because now I'm gonna think of that every single time I feel bad about being wrong about something. Cause like I don't want to be wrong, but like also I'm like, cause like I don't think anyone enjoys being wrong, you know? Especially if being wrong has led you to, you know, doing something wrong. But like, Dr. Link in Discord, but a lot of it's just different Yaku's. Closer to Chinese Mahjong than American is, at least. Interesting. And the Yaku are consistent. This isn't like American Mahjong where they're like putting in like new ones all the time. I like being wrong just to annoy people sometimes. Ah, so you're a rage baiter. Yeah. The Yaku have interesting names. Uh-oh. What are they called? Being wrong and learning from it. Nay. Being wrong to rage bait. Yay. Well, it's like, I don't know. I think the other thing, too, is, like, I'm very easily rage baited, but also it's like, my brain is, like, it's like my brain knows this is rage bait, but is still responding as if it isn't, you know? Like... Yeah, I'm a wind-up merchant, not a rage baiter. There's a difference. You're like, I have pride in my work. Someone's like, I'm not a rage baiter. I'm a good old-fashioned troll. I take pride in my work. "97-year-old internet commenter still trolls people the old-fashioned way." These codes usually have 5 numbers. 94210. Yeah, it's 5 numbers, yeah. Yeah, how many rage bait moments have we had this year? What do you mean, like on stream or just in general? Because I feel like just in general, that's like too many to count. But like on stream is a different thing. Yeah, when just kind of not getting involved in rage bait because you saw others taking it, brought to mind seeing a pile of bones outside of a monster's cave and going, nope. Oh, hello, Tristy Alacria. Hello. Welcome to Zhong. Welcome to Zhong. We are Zhonging, and that is what we are doing here at Zhong. Thank you. I hope your stream was good. Were you also Zhonging? For people who just came in with the raid, feel free to join. The code is available on the screen. Anyone is allowed to join. I just ask that you don't go twice in a row just to make sure there's enough space for everybody who wants to go. But feel free to join. We are in the middle. We are currently accepting new players here. I was, though I might be all zhonged out. No. Yeah, that's okay. You don't have to. If your brain has been fried, if you are full of tiles, you do not have to. You do not have to play. But if anyone wants to. Went from Mahjong to Mahjong, as one does. I don't know, it's not that unusual, I think, to like raid into somebody who's playing the same thing you were playing, right? Yeah. Consumed by Mahjong. Full of tiles. We will peer pressure you into Zhong. I don't know. I'm sure there's people who have learned Zhong because they were watching somebody play Zhong. Oh, thank you, Exclusia. Thank you for sprouting. She bans you if you lose hard enough. I do not. Misinformation. Rage bait. Spreading misinformation in the chat. Crime. For whom does the Zhong run? The Zhong runs for thee. Yeah, I watched so much Zhong lately, but I couldn't play to save my life. I mean, yeah, I guess watching somebody play is different than, like, actually playing yourself. But I feel like that's the case for, like, most games, right? Spreading mischief. I will not tolerate misinformation in the EGGY chat. No misinformation and no disinformation. Because there is actually a difference between misinformation and disinformation. Because did you know that misinformation is information that is false, but that is spread without the knower knowing that it is wrong, or at least not with the intention of deceiving, whereas disinformation is information that is false but is spread intentionally with malicious intent. And things that started as disinformation can become misinformation if enough people just like sincerely believe it. What about misinformation? That's if misinformation gets married to Mr. Information. I thought disinformation was taking the information out of people's brains. Just sort of forcing you to forget. Oh, that information, you don't know it anymore. What is information? Is information. It's just information, you know? Yeah, spreading mischief. Spreading misinformation on the internet. Unbelievable. Isn't formation, yeah. Yeah, new term, isn't formation. Information, out formation. No spreading misinformation. No spreading gossip. No spreading lies on the internet. I don't know. I've probably spread information on Eggy stream by accident. But it would have been misinformation and not disinformation, because I probably, because if I don't know that it's false, then it's misinformation. She's always spreading misinformation. I don't know. I'm trying to think of like one false thing that I remember saying on stream that I realized was false after I said it. I know that's definitely happened. I'm trying to remember if I have any examples. Because I think everyone has probably spread misinformation. You know? No matter who your Oshi is, they have spread misinformation on the internet. Probably, at some point. Was this one time you said anime was lame? No, you're spreading the misinformation. That's misinformation. I'm not counting when eggplants spread misinformation about me. That doesn't count, because I'm not spreading it. You said the potatoes aren't vegetables? No, I'm confident enough in my belief that that is again, okay. Potatoes aren't vegetables, that's an opinion. That's not information or misinformation. That's an opinion. That's my opinion. It's my very strongly held opinion, but it's an opinion. You're spreading misinformation about someone else spreading misinformation, does not make it misinformation squared. Well, no, because like if you're spreading misinformation about somebody else spreading misinformation, well, I think it's just still normal misinformation, isn't it? The religion of potato denial. I will stubbornly keep my point here. Because, okay. You have to understand, from a botanical perspective, yes, a potato is a vegetable. From a culinary perspective, it is not a vegetable. Like, if somebody said, here's your meal, it will come with vegetables, and then the vegetable was like a bunch of mashed potatoes, you would be confused, right? You know? That's... Like, in terms of, like, culinary and nutritionally, it's not a vegetable. You simply hate potatoes? I don't even hate potatoes, I just don't consider them vegetables, you know? I will not put it to rest until I am victorious in the court of eggplants. It is a vegetable in cooking too, but it's excluded from vegetables in that case. Yeah. Or it's the same thing like, if a potato is a vegetable, are French fries a vegetable? Are you guys really gonna sit here and tell me that French fries are a vegetable? People say you should eat more vegetables, and I eat more potatoes, therefore I'm eating a healthy diet. That's cope. You're coping. Potatoes are basically pure starch. Would you call wheat a vegetable? See? Somebody gets it. Somebody understands. That would mean you got misinformed. Ooh, sorry. Hold that thought. Yippee! Okay, not that yippee. Dragonite is gonna get a bigger yippee. But it puts me in second. So. That means you got misinformed with someone passing misinformation, so the misinformation would be a misinformation about a misinformation, which means that there's only one misinformation because that first misinformation was misinformation. But baked potato feels way more like a veggie. What kind of baked potatoes are you eating? Baked potato is not a veggie. Should I eat the rest of my potatoes? I hopefully haven't gone off. Yeah, I don't think I have any potatoes in my house. Yeah, and cooking usually vegetables means non-starchy vegetables. Implied. Exactly! Exactly. Salad baked potato. Yeah, like you can't put, I mean, I guess there's potato salad, but like, again, if you said eat your vegetables and then you're like, okay, yum yum potato salad, that would not count, right? Most people would not count that. Never forget, once you said that lemons aren't fruit. Okay, again, from a culinary perspective, lemon is really more of a seasoning. It's more of a flavoring, isn't it? Because, like, people will put lemon in other things. People might put lemon juice in other things. No one is gonna, like... Okay, I said that, on that stream, I said nobody is gonna eat a full lemon, and then I had, like, 3 people there who were like, actually, I just eat lemons entirely whole. I go munch crunch with the lemon. So, like, is potato salad even a salad? I mean, I think it counts. But it's a salad in the same way that, like, egg salad or tuna salad or, like... What's that one that came up in a Food Guesser the other day? The, like, Snickers salad or something? Like, I guess it's a salad in that way. Yeah, what was that Food Guesser? What day was it? It was, I think it was on Friday? Friday or Saturday? It was the one where it was, like, 2 cheeses and, 2 cheeses and then, like, Snickers salad or something. So Snickers is a vegetable? No! Which one of those did you get on the first try? The Snickers one? Yes. I looked at it and I'm like, there's literally no other country on Earth that this would come from. You are lost? What do you mean I'm lost? You're saying there's a second country on Earth that would make Snickers salad? Canada would do it? Scotland, maybe? Why Scotland? You guess Canada? I don't think we would do that. We wouldn't do that. There's a lot of things we would do. We wouldn't do that. Like, I don't know. I think if Canada were to make some kind of dessert salad, I don't think Snickers would be involved anywhere, I think. Like, I think that we would probably go for something... Like, I feel like if it was to make a dessert salad in Canada, I feel like it would be... I feel like it'd be more likely to involve maple syrup, maybe? Maybe, or maybe we would use something like Smarties or Coffee Crisp. You see, we wouldn't use Snickers because Coffee Crisp is just like objectively better. You eat French fries covered in gravy. Fair. Like I said, there's a lot of things we would do. We would not do Snickers salad. I think it's different to have a heavy food that's like heavy in terms of like, it's heavy and savory as opposed to a food that's like heavy and sweet. Crushed maple cookies, yeah. Well, we have those like, they sell them at grocery stores sometimes. My mom likes them, but I think it's just because it was like a thing she had as a kid. Like those maple cones. Like there's these like candies you can buy that are like, it's like a cone. It's like a sugar cone, like for ice cream. But it's filled with like various different kinds of maple products. So there'll be like, you know, inside there'll be like maple syrup and maple taffy and like it's just a cone of maple stuff. It's just like literally just like a cone of maple sugar stuff. And it's yummy because of course it is. But like, yeah. Australia would. They made fairy bread after all. Yeah, but like fairy bread... I don't think fairy bread was as cursed as Snickers salad, I think. Yeah, I don't know if I've seen this cone. Yeah, the maple cone. I'll have to find some sometimes. I wonder how easy they are to find. I don't remember how much they cost. I've seen them at Costco before, I think. But I don't have a Costco membership. Maybe I can ask my mom if she can go check for them next time she's there. Yeah, fairy bread is a garnish. Are you making fun of me now? Those maple taffy cones. I don't think I've ever had them, but I've seen them. Yeah. I don't know if they have them in the States. They probably do, since you guys do also produce maple syrup. Fairy bread is a garnish. I don't know. Like, every time I've seen, like, a video of someone making fairy bread, there's people in the comments telling them they're doing it wrong somehow, and I'm a little confused, because it seems like the kind of thing that'd be difficult to screw up. Because it's just, like, bread with butter and sprinkles, right? Were people using too much butter? Were they using not enough butter? Were they using, like, the wrong kind of bread or something? Like, it seems something that's kind of hard to screw up, right? Yeah, butter, bread, and sprinkles. It's like bread, butter, sprinkles. I'm like, I don't know how you would manage to do it wrong. Like, are you supposed to, like, spread the butter thick? Or is it supposed to be just, like, a thin layer? Is it supposed to be, like, melted? But is the butter supposed to melt? Or are you doing this on, like, room temperature bread? You know what? Maybe that's why it was invented in Australia. Because there's no other country, at least not in, like... I guess maybe because they're in the southern hemisphere. Because I was trying to think, I'm like, I feel like here in Canada, it's really common for your butter to get really hard in the winter. Like, it's very common to, like, have really hard butter that is really difficult to spread on anything that isn't already warm. I feel like that's really common. I guess in Australia, they wouldn't have that problem. Instructions unclear. Use cheese, bread, compound, or butter. Didn't have sprinkles, so I used microplastics. The microplastics, no! Isn't that everywhere? No, but like Australia is warm year round. Like butter is cold. If you keep it in the fridge, yeah. It's hard. Only if you keep it in the fridge. If you keep it outside the fridge, it will soften up. In fact, if you do baking, there's like a lot of recipes that will like specify whether you should start with the butter hard or soft. Why would you not keep it in the fridge? So it can be soft. So you can spread it on things that aren't already warm. So it's soft, exactly. I'm enjoying this playlist. There's a lot of choirs in this. I'll have to check on it after to figure out what songs are in it. But I just find out of the fridge for a week or so. Yeah, because it's like, it's fat. I think maybe if it's like really warm outside, like if you live somewhere that's like very warm, I would maybe not keep it out for that long. But, yeah, butter can stay good outside the fridge for a fair amount of time. Yeah, people have a butter dish where they store their butter for bread outside. Not me, though. You're built different. He's too good for that. Yeah, I'm assuming salted butter is better for that. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's a difference. I've never actually bought unsalted butter. You know, every time I've had a recipe that called for unsalted butter, I said no, and then I bought salted butter. And it has never caused a problem once. Bog butter. Bog with the butter on it. Butter bog. Bog with the butter on it. Using salted butter when a recipe asks for unsalted, that's so diabolical of you. Well, okay, I'm a little confused. I guess the idea of using salted versus unsalted butter to like control the level of saltiness. But the thing is that I've never had a recipe where it needed that little less amount of saltiness. Like, I feel like I've never had a recipe where... Because I feel like a lot of the recipes would be like, unsalted butter, now add salt. And it's like, okay, could I not just have used salt, normal salt? I can't think of ever having a recipe that failed because I used the wrong kind of saltiness of butter. Do 13 Orphans? No. Just don't put salt in the recipe, or just salt if it has less salt. Yeah, exactly. Like, again, this has never been a problem for me. If this was an entertainment stream? What, are we a cooking stream now? Are we, like, a confession? Are we here to, like, confess to our cooking sins? Does anybody have any cooking sins that they're... need to confess to? You won't play fun, you play to win. At what? Butter? Or at Mahjong? Sure. Last time I checked, there was no butter called 13 Orphans. I don't know, if you use your imagination, a stick of butter can kind of look like a really big Mahjong tile. I think unsalted butter is important for sweet things like in baking. I guess that's true. I don't do a lot of baking. And I feel like when I do, like when I have done baking in recent memory, it usually was for things that like, the recipe just called for normal salted butter anyway. Like it's like cookies and stuff. My cooking confessions anonymous. Sink knife. I will let you think about what that means. Sink knife, pensive emoji. Do you have to like cut things up before throwing them, like before things go down the drain? Oh no! Oh, did you drop a knife down the drain? Did you drop a knife down the drain? It's okay. I live in fear of committing sink chopstick every time I wash them. I forgive you for sink knife. I don't know. Have I committed any more cooking sins? I cook things on high, even sometimes when they're not supposed to be cooked on high. Do you not have traps over the openings? Some sinks do, some don't. I think the thing is that some people will like leave them open because like keeping them covered means that like stuff goes down the drain a lot slower. I don't think I've made a sin in cooking before. Not a single one. Let he who is without cooking sin cook the main course. No. You know, sink knife. Knife you use, but probably use again later, but you keep it in the sink later without washing, like cutting bread. Oh, okay, yeah, sink knife. Okay, I know what you're talking about. I think I've also done, like, the opposite with sink knife, where I, like, rinse after... Like, okay, I will be cutting up a bunch of vegetables, right? And I will rinse the knife after cutting each vegetable, despite the fact that there's no reason for this flavors to be separated because they're all going in the same bowl anyway. My win streak, no! Congratulations, Dragonite. There was an attempt. Oh, like a sink cup of water for men. Do men not drink water? You do rinse the vegetables first. Yes, of course. I know we're confessing to cooking sins here, but I'm not gonna, like, perjure myself by trying to make myself look worse. I don't have the sink cup. I think I don't. My mom would. My mom definitely would. My mom would, like, have, like, 5 different glasses of water sitting around at any given time. Like, she'd pour herself a glass of water, she'd take a few sips, she'd put it down, she would forget about it, she'd come back, and she'd be like, I don't know whose glass of water this is, better not drink it just in case. And then she would put it away and grab another glass of water. The joke is that their sink cup gets constantly put in the dishwasher and their partner's angry at them for doing that. That wouldn't happen, though, because we had enough cups for that. What about the half-drunk bottle collection? I had that when I was in Japan. I don't really have that here. But it's also because I was buying way more bottled drinks when I was in Japan. I found out the hard way when I was there as well that, algae can actually grow in a bottle of water if you, don't seal it correctly for long enough. I had a bottle of green tea where I'm like, I don't know how long this has been in my bag, but it's tea, right? It doesn't expire. Yeah. How do you feel about Chef Michael's scrambly eggs? Who's Chef Michael? Is this someone I should know who this is? I'm not the biggest fan of scrambled eggs. Or are we talking about like the powdered kind? Oh, Chef Michael Wave. Oh, scrambled eggs in the microwave? I don't know if I've ever tried that. Because, like, isn't, like, the whole point of scrambled eggs that, like, you are moving them around as they're heating up and that's how they become scrambled? I feel like if you tried to do that in a microwave, wouldn't that just be, like... Wouldn't that just be an omelet? Fried egg purist. I don't know, yeah, I'm more of a fried egg person. Like, out of, like, if I had to make an eggs tier list, I feel like scrambled egg would be, like, the lowest tier. I like fried eggs, I like poached eggs, I like soft-boiled eggs. Hard-boiled eggs are kind of mid. Trying to think if there's any other kinds of eggs I'm missing. Yeah, I think hard-boiled eggs and scrambled eggs are just kind of mid. 10-second increments microwaved, I guess. That I've never tried. Oh, I guess like you microwave it a bit and then you like pause it, you like move it around a bit, microwave it a bit. I don't know if that would work though. If you guys can figure it out, let me know, but I don't think that would work. Deconstructed egg. Oh, is that like one of those like things where they like separate the yolk from the whites and then they like cook them both separately and then put them both... I feel like I've seen, oh, what was it called? I think it's called like a cloud omelet or something. And it was like where they would like separate the eggs, they would separate the yolks from the whites. And then they would like basically make like a really like frothy whip with the whites. And then they would put the yolk back afterwards. Yeah. Crustless quiche. But crustless quiche is just an omelet. Or like it's like those egg bites. I ate fried eggs a lot, but I stopped since the oil adds too many calories. How much oil were you adding? Like, I usually put just enough for, like, the egg to not stick to the pan. Yeah, if people do the 10 seconds of microwave eggs a lot when lazy, you just mix every 10 seconds. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like every time I've done... I mean, I don't do scrambled eggs very often, but I feel like every time I've done it, I just do... Just do the normal... Do the normal way. With a frying pan. Yeah, enough oil so the fried egg swims in oil. How much oil are you guys putting into your fried eggs? Like, usually I just use, like, a cooking spray. Is that a sin? Maybe that's a sin. Like, I usually put just enough oil so that the pan is, like, you know, the egg is not gonna stick to the pan. I don't think you need that much more oil, unless you're, like, the kind of person who's, like, putting, you know, doing the thing where you, like, spoon the oil over the top of the egg. I've seen that. You guys are doing, like, deep fried eggs at that point? The real trick is to use butter. I mean, I feel like I've used butter once, but it was because we were out of oil. I usually don't use butter as my first choice when it comes to eggs. Egg cooked in lard. Egg, but it's that onion lard paprika toast that keeps showing up in Scrandle. It's the onion bread. I don't know. I'll add that to subathon activities. You know? Someday, if I ever do a subathon, we can add try onion bread to like a subathon, to the subathon goals. Try the onion bread. Try one of the spicier bulldog flavors. Although I think I would need to, like, train myself a little more for that. When's the mushy peas taste test? Well, I don't know. I don't think mushy peas would taste bad. They would just taste like peas, but mushy, you know? Century egg. I don't know. I think, like... Ciros Kenya. That's the onion bread, right? This egg is a century old. It feels that way sometimes. I Google how to make them and they can be much better. Yeah, yeah. Well, I think also too, I imagine like the freshness of it probably matters too. It might be one of those things where like, you know how sometimes with some foods, when they give it to you in like a container that's covered? Like you see this a lot with like crispy foods, right? Where it's like you get it in a container and it's nice and crispy, and then you like carry it around for a bit, and then it gets kind of mushy. It gets kind of soft. And I feel like maybe with peas it's kind of like that, where it's like when they scoop it out for you freshly, it looks nice, but then like after it's been there for a couple minutes because you had to like walk around to get to your seat, then that's when like the water kind of started to separate. Maybe it's like that. If you make salted egg yolk, you can oh, hi Wolfie, sorry, we were talking about food and Scrandle and like the onion braid that keeps showing up in Scrandle. International Tea Day. It's International Tea Day? Is it for real, or am I falling for misinformation again? I don't think Wolfie would lie to me. I don't think Wolfie would lie to me. Yes, hello, welcome. We are zhonging. These are friendly matches, so if you wish to join, you are welcome to. You are allowed to. You may. Come play with me. The code is pinned and also on the screen, I think. But yeah, Wolfie never spreads misinformation about holidays. You phrase this in a very specific way that implies that Wolfie will spread misinformation about other things. I'm falling for misinformation on the internet. But yes, we were discussing cooking sins. So if you have committed any cooking sins recently, you may confess. I probably spread misinformation at some point. Well, that's what we were talking about earlier, because like, that's what makes it misinformation, is that if you thought it was true, but then it wasn't, then that makes it misinformation. It's only if you spread it with malicious intent on purpose, then that's actually disinformation. That's disinformation. Raiders sink knife? I don't know, we were talking about salted versus unsalted butter. We were talking about, cooking things on high. We were talking about microwave scrambled eggs. Oh, do you guys, has anybody, I mean, I guess maybe this is something that you do when you don't have enough of the thing left, but like, has anybody like used oils interchangeably and then been like, man, why does my cooking suck? Like you're like, oh, this recipe calls for vegetable oil, but I'm gonna use sesame oil instead. Why does it taste different? My sin is I handled raw fish yesterday and immediately handled cooked food without washing. Food safety. Call the inspector on Probs Not Jack. Don't call it for Jack. He didn't do anything wrong. Sesame oil. Yeah, or it's like, I mean, I guess some of them, like, I don't know. Sesame oil is probably alright if the profile is fine. Yeah, I mean, it depends. Like, I think, like, olive oil is the one that I feel like I can't interchange with anything else. Like, cause both in terms of flavor and also because I think it has a different smoke point. So, like, there are certain things that you just cannot cook in olive oil because it's just gonna catch on fire. Well, catch on fire. Like, I've never had success using olive oil for frying an egg. The egg sticks without fail every time. But I feel like I've been able to successfully use olive oil to cook other things. Yeah, avocado oil is the best high smoke point oil. Yeah, I think I don't have avocado oil here. What do I have here at home? I have like a cooking spray that I think is like canola oil, and I have olive oil, and I have sesame oil, and I think that's all the oils I have. I don't think I have any other ones. I think my grandma has some vegetable oil, but I don't really use it unless I have a recipe that calls for it specifically. Yeah, extra virgin olive oil, sesame oil, some butter are fragrant. Neutral is vegetable mostly. Yeah. Because yeah, I'm off to the kitchen to cook an egg. Enjoy your egg. Fry a egg. I managed to burn some avocado oil the other day in spite of the smoke point being 500 degrees Fahrenheit. Were you cooking at like 600 degrees Fahrenheit? Wait, what would you need to cook that would possibly need to be at 500 degrees Fahrenheit? I feel like even like if you're deep frying, which is like super hot oil, even that's still only what, like 300, 400 something degrees Fahrenheit? Eggy, what was the cheapest price you saw for an avocado? It's been a while since I bought avocados. Are we talking per avocado, or are we talking per, like, kilogram or something? Because I think I've never seen less than $1 for an avocado, but it also depends, because sometimes if you, like, buy them in bulk or whatever, then they're cheaper. Per avocado. Probably never less than, like, $1.50. Again, they have to be imported here, so they're more expensive. Like, I know you're doing this just to rub this in my face as, like, guy who has too many avocados. I was in Colombia and saw a 1-foot-long avocado for 80 cents USD. What happens when you fail to cook eggs in olive oil? What happens? They just stick to the pan. Like, I go to take it out of the pan, and it's stuck there. It doesn't move. That's what happens. Granted, it might have been a case of me not using enough oil, but usually that doesn't happen. If I use the equivalent amount of, like, sesame oil or canola oil, it never does it. Are you doing egg experiments, Zully? Are you doing egg experiments right now? Are you trying to, like, replicate my failures? You're doing egg science? Egg experiments? Exactly, egg experiments. What kind of pan is it, actually? I'm trying to remember, because I think there was 2 pans, and it happens equally with both of them. They were both ones that were at my mom's place. So there was one that was like a stainless steel pan, I think, but like a very old stainless steel. And then there was another one that was like a non-stick pan that was like it was made for, actually, it was a crepe pan. So it was like a very thin pan, that I think it was non-stick. Yeah, people always tell me to don't use olive oil. It has a lower smoke point, I think. It has very specific uses, but you can't, like, use it interchangeably with every other oil, you know? An older non-stick is usually just it's now just stick. It's no longer non-stick, it's just stick. I don't know, to be fair, I feel like if you screw up enough, anything can stick to a non-stick pan, you know? People tell me that cooking with olive oil is an off idea due to calories or something. I don't know where you're hearing it from, because I feel like I've always heard the opposite. Like, olive oil is, like, supposed to be, like, the healthy one. Like, obviously don't eat, like, spoonfuls of it, but, like... Yeah, I heard the opposite. That was, like, it was vegetable oil. Vegetable oil was the one that everyone is, like, up in arms about now. Funnily enough, the person that told me that was French. I don't know, maybe there's like some like France versus Italy like oil war going on, and they're like trying to spread like anti-olive oil propaganda. Yeah, you'll find someone who says every oil is bad. Yeah. What is it, like the seed oil guys, whatever they're going on about? Like... Hi there, we'll enter. Yay! Hello. The anti-olive oil propaganda is for Spain and Portugal. They're the big producers of olive stuff. I saw algae oil at the store recently. Algae? I didn't even know algae produced oil. It's like vegetable oil. Algae oil. You can make oil out of anything. Orange, lemon. Yeah, I mean, I guess I've had ramen with like black garlic oil in it. That was pretty tasty. But like, yeah, I don't know if I would want to have like an egg fried in garlic oil, you know? Actually, no, that might be tasty. That might be tasty. Instructions unclear. It's fine if I use motor oil. Do not use car oil. Also, do not use baby oil. Do not use, I don't know. I ran out of oils. I ran out of non-cooking oils. I think garlic oil is oil with garlic infused, but I don't know. No, but it was like a specific like black garlic oil. I don't know if it's made out of a specific kind of garlic, or I think it's like a thing that's like... Hold on, let me look it up so I can like... I'm sure there's like a Wikipedia page or something for this. Ah, here we go. Okay. It's called Mayu in Japanese. But I search Mayu and I get the Vocaloid. Mayu oil. Let me see. Let's see. It's this, I think. Something like this. She's posting links. It's allowed. Links have never been banned in this chat. What are you on about? What are you on about? But yeah. Start the game, please. Ah, I'm sorry. I was waiting for somebody to... Sorry, I was waiting for somebody to hit ready. There we go. Oh, hello, Hotakate! Welcome. We are zhonging. I'm sorry, we just started. We just started a new game. Welcome. I am Eggy. We are zhonging tonight. We just started one, but this is open to everybody who wants to play, so if you want to hop in for the next one, feel free. Were you also zhonging? Were you also zhonging? Happy Mahjong Monday, you too! Lentils? Lentils? We're talking about lentils now? Oh, thank you, Hotakate, as well, for sprouting. Lentils. Lentils? Why are we on about lentils now? I'm hungry. Like, this was a mistake. I made a mistake by, like, bringing up food during the stream. I started stream and I'm like, I'm kind of hungry. And then immediately we go into talking about cooking and foods. You're saying that posting links is fine. It's never been outlawed. Like, maybe if people started spamming links, or started, you know, pasting bad links to illegal things, maybe I would ban them, but like, I've never had issues with it. Posting links. Yeah. Yeah, only post nice and good links. Do not post links to things that are bad, things that are bad and illegal. None of that your message got filtered, but I can't allow it because then it's gonna like, it's gonna take best viewers off of the filter. Get auto-modded, Nanara. Oh no, an illegal link! Punk Asian is promoting crime in my chat. It can't do that. That's illegal. Crime. No committing crimes. Otherwise, we're gonna have to call the eggplant police, which I think is just the mods. It's an illegal website in any Zelda game. An illegal link. Link's gone off the rails. He's breaking the law. Breaking the law. Gardeners got a rotten plant. Bring in the eggplant detectives and the eggplant... Guards! Eggplant guards! Seize them! Gotta get our top eggplant inspectors on the case. Killing chickens, death penalty. I don't know, I think Link maybe has also committed a fair amount of breaking and entering. Or at least robbery, given how many rupees he steals from, you know, the pots in people's houses. Imagine Link's pot tab. Oh, is it like a fine? Is he gonna be like charged for like 1,000 rupees? For all the rupees that he's taken? Vandalism for sure. Yeah, I also wonder for like the temples, like, because on one hand, usually when he goes into temples, it's at somebody else's request, right? Like someone's like, get this for me and I will save this, or I will, you know, Link, grab this so we can save Hyrule. But I'm also just like, I don't know, is he trespassing in the temples? Because the temples sure don't seem to want him there, you know? Like there's tons of monsters he's got to fight all the time. They don't want him there. Olive oil works as a non-stick. It just smokes my apartment. Oh, this is your science? I also suck at flipping. I mean, maybe my sin was like, maybe I left the eggs sitting in the oil for like a little too long. That might have been my problem. But also, I don't flip my eggs. Usually I just have them like sunny side up mostly. You know what? Sure. Link does steal from the poor, that is true. Yeah, it's like you'll have an NPC that's like, please, we cannot afford food this month. And then Link still has the ability to go in and steal everything from their pots. Do you put a lid over the pan when you fry your eggs? Yes. Just like steam the top a little bit, yeah. Yeah, I also have one of those like stainless steel pans for grilling. Yeah, I don't think I quite have the same kind. But give me the fried egg. I'm hungry. Okay. I'm hungry. Give me the egg. Give me the egg. The egg. Even though I am hungry, I am winning at Mahjong. Yeah. I need to have foods. Yesterday I had lots of foods, but then today I did not have as many foods. Yesterday I saw a movie, which I don't do very often. And I had movie popcorn and movie snack. And they had one of those machines, those soda machines that have the bajillion flavors. So I had peach flavored Diet Coke. That was fun. That was yummy. I was at a movie. I saw... So like the new Knives Out, it is on Netflix, but they also did like a theatrical run for it. So I was like, you know what? I like these movies enough that I'm gonna go watch it in the theater. So I did. Those machines always taste off to me. I don't know. Never noticed anything. I mean, to be fair, it also might just be if you keep making, like, bad decisions in terms of what flavors to go with what, maybe? Like, I don't know. I've had things where I'm like, I don't know if this flavor belongs with Coca-Cola, but not always. Tastes like a Coke with lingering other flavors? I don't know. Maybe I just like lingering other flavors. Okay, I have one snack here. I have beef jerky, but like, that's not a meal. But yeah. Ah. I failed to... I have failed to successfully put beef jerky in my mouth. I picked up a piece and then I dropped it. Unfortunate. But yeah, I was thinking about how, like, during the movie, because, like, the new Knives Out one, like, it takes place in a church, and I was thinking the entire time, I'm like, so the only non-anime movies I've watched in, like, the past year, it was that one, and then it was, I watched Conclave, when it got nominated for an Oscar. And I'm like, I can't believe the only, like, my two genres of movies I've watched in the past year have been, like, anime and Catholicism. I don't know why. It just happened like that. Cause like, what have I seen? Like from start to finish in the past year? Aside from the one I watched yesterday. I saw Chainsaw Man, the Chainsaw Man movie. I saw... Did I see anything before that? I guess I saw that, like, Gundam one where they, like, released the first few episodes as a movie in theaters. I saw that. Even at home. I guess I watched Conclave at home, not in theaters. Have I watched anything else at home? Again, I really don't watch many movies. There's so many freaking trailers before movies now. I don't think there's more. I think it's the problem is, like, I feel like they've gotten worse at, like, matching the kind of trailer to the kind of movie you're seeing. Because, like, I remember as a kid, like, when I would go to see movies in the theater, usually when you would have the trailers, they would be for, they'd be for movies that were, like, sort of similar, or at least in, like, a similar genre to whatever it is you're watching right now, right? Whereas, like, I feel like out of all the trailers that I saw, not, like, a single one of them seemed to be for something I was interested in, you know? Or even something that was, like, similar to what I was watching. And, like, I get for maybe some movies, they're a little too specific to, like, have, like, you know, a big selection of trailers that they can play alongside it. But still. Because, like, even for anime movies... Oh, that was quick. I'm sorry. If you had a good hand, I'm sorry. You don't anymore. Let's go. How has Eggy been winning all night? I don't know. I have no idea. I... Was it because I was hungry? Was it because I was sleepy earlier? Do I need to feel worse in order to be better at Mahjong? Is that the problem? Do I need to be, like, hungry and tired and thirsty? Do I need to, like, strategically, like, figure out exactly what amount of discomfort I need to be in before I lock in? I will drink water, don't worry, give me a second. I'll have to pour myself some more. But yes, thank you for playing. Sorry for taking all your points. Oh, I'm just gonna pour some water. Alright. Water time. But yeah, no, I don't know. I can't think of any like, it's very rare that there's a movie that interests me enough that I want to see it in theaters. Knock on wood, PC's doing— shh, 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 shh. Jacob. I was trying to not bring it up because I thought that would jinx it. Jacob, you've ruined it. I was trying not to bring it up so I wouldn't jinx it. I don't think that's how technology works. Shh, the computer is listening. The computer can hear us. I mean, I updated OBS, so I don't know if that helped with anything. Maybe it did. She hates the new Chainsaw Man movie. Understood. I didn't hate it. Where did I say that I hated it? I didn't even dislike it. I was a little lost at some points because I was not actually caught up to Chainsaw Man. But my friends were like, oh, do you want to see it? And I'm like, sure, I guess. You didn't reinstall your drivers, huh? Not yet, not yet. I will. I'll get around to it. Eventually. Yeah, it's self-contained anyway. Yeah, like... I mean, I was a little confused because I kind of did not know who Angel was. I did not know who Angel was. I knew that, like, the main characters of the arc. Like, I know who Makima is, I know who Denji is, Aki, Power. Reze, I guess, doesn't show up until this arc anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I didn't know who Angel was because I don't think I watched the anime up to that point. Denchi, the creator of VTube Studio? Yeah, him, Wait, now that I think of it, does anybody in Chainsaw Man have a last name? Because I just realized, I'm like, I don't think Denji doesn't have a last name. Makima presumably has a first and last name, but they only refer to her as Makima. Aki, again, everybody, they only refer to them as, like, with one name, and it's unclear. Like, some of them, it's like, okay, Power is just a name. Like, Power and Angel are kind of like they're kind of an exception, but, like, yeah, nobody else has a last name. Nobody in the show has a last name. Check your Discord meme channel. What is it? What is it? Where's my server? Hold on. Actually? You just want an excuse to put a Chainsaw Man thing there? Was this urgent? Was this urgent? Was this that urgent? You maybe open up a Discord for this? Actually. It's one of the most meme panels of the manga. Okay, then why hadn't I seen it before this? I feel like I've seen the the Denji, like, the edit that was like, it's just like me! It's just like me, for real! Oh, thank you, Lord Noda, thank you for spreading. I feel like I had seen that one way more before. Speaking of Discord, I wonder if the Discord issue that eats up your PC RAM while it's running apparently leaks RAM like crazy. I don't remember any of the issues being with RAM, though. Like, I don't remember that being an issue. But yes. Let's see, what time is it? It is 8:36 p.m. I think this might actually be the last game, because I just realized we are almost hitting the 4-hour mark. I've been streaming for 4 hours, which is approximately 3.5 hours long. Well, maybe not 3.5 hours. I don't know, I didn't think we'd get this far. I was like, I'll go until my computer crashes, and then it didn't. So yeah, I think this will be the last one. This will be the last one, I think. Because I do have to go to work tomorrow. Ooh. I think also tonight. Usually I'm not like this, but like, okay. So last week I had a dream at one point that I like in my dream I left my house, and then suddenly like a neighbor's dog just like jumped on me and then told me in a human voice that something was going to happen next Tuesday at 3 a.m. and then did not elaborate. And now I'm like, I think at the time when I woke up, I was like, okay, usually I'm not superstitious like this, but also that dog made a very convincing point. So I set an alarm for Tuesday at 3 a.m., which I think is going to go off tonight. Wait, is it tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow is Tuesday. Please be careful. That's what because I'm like, I guess usually I don't do anything like this, but I was like, I literally just like woke up and set an alarm for like Tuesday at 3 a.m. So I'm like, okay, I guess most likely I will wake up and nothing will happen. Like, mostly I will likely wake up and then like it will be, but I'm also just like, okay, but what if? It's weirdly specific. Iggy stumbles out of bed at 3 a.m. and slips. I don't know, I'm like, I guess worst case scenario, like, or I guess best worst case scenario? I don't know, I'll go back to bed. Not to be a dog racist or anything, but I don't trust dogs in dreams. What, you only trust them in real life? To be fair, he was speaking with human words, so I don't know if that's like a point for or against him. But I don't know, there was a lot of things happening in that dream and I remember it weirdly well. There was I don't know, other parts of that dream included like, I was looking in a mirror and I looked normal when I was like far away, but whenever I leaned in, my face suddenly started to look more masculine, but then I'd lean back out and it would look normal again. There was also another part of the dream where I was like at someone's birthday party, and for some reason like the guests were all like really well-known YouTubers who have been at this for ages. Like it was people like Hank Green or like Dan and Phil, like just like classic YouTubers. And then also me and Bodega. And then I like tried to sign the card for the birthday person whose name I can't even remember because it was somebody I didn't know. And then I like wrote something wrong and I tried to cross it out. And then I got like pen ink everywhere and then I felt really bad about it and then I woke up. So I don't know. That was my dream. So whether that makes the dog's suggestion more or less credible, I guess we'll find out. It's locked in. I'm locked in. I dream interpret using only my imagination. I don't know, because, like, I feel like it's... I don't always remember my dreams. Also, I don't know if this affects anything, but this was a dream I had because, I, like, woke up that morning. I think I was originally supposed to be doing, like, an earlier shift. And then I, like, woke up in the morning, and then I saw a message from my manager who was like, hey, do you want to come and do a later shift? And then I said, sure. And she said, cool, I'll make a note of that. And then I was like, I went back to sleep. And then that's when I had that dream. Because I no longer had to be at work early. I don't know if this affects anything. Eggy with a manager. For Eggy work. Not for VTuber work. I do not have VTuber work management. But, like, I don't know. Apparently, like, sometimes, like, dreams that you have after, like, waking up and then going back to sleep are, like, more memorable or something. I don't know. So very proud of my deep fried egg meme. I put, like, 10 layers of filters on it for ebb. Deep fry the egg. Go and tss. But yeah, at least. Also, I'm on top of this. I'm doing an opening shift tomorrow. Oops. I'm putting my cat's head. It looks like he has eyes closed, smiling. It is cute. Ew. I like when I see meow meows that look like that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm opening tomorrow. Not like super early, but still. I'm just like, where? Don't like whacking early. Like, yeah, I get to leave early, I guess. I really want to know what kind of job Eggy's up to. It's really not that interesting. It's really not that interesting. Are you doing retail again? I guess of sort of, yeah. I lost a new kitten that looks exactly like my cats. I think they sired a kitten, but you never know. What are you gonna do, like kitten DNA testing? Meow. Meow, meow, meow. I keep saying ew. I keep saying ew. I keep calling a cat an ew. I don't want the government to have my car's biometric data. Are you worried about people like buying and selling your Meow Meow's data? The data of your car? Valuable Meow Meow personal information. They're gonna use it to... They're gonna use it to advertise things to your Meow Meow. They're gonna use it to figure out what time of day your cat eats dinner at, so that they're gonna start advertising like wet food. You're gonna get like he's gonna get like a wet food YouTube ads right about mealtime. Imagine a future technology that connects brain directly to the internet. I feel like maybe we shouldn't do that. Where? I like my brain privacy. Well, it's like, I don't know. They do a fine enough job figuring out what I want without having to connect my brain directly there. It's just unnecessary. You know? Even now, I think I was looking... The other day I went into a store to, like, try on glasses. Just for fun. And I saw one there, it's like, they were like, oh, we have AI glasses now. And I'm like, I'm sorry, what? And it's like, it's pretty much just like, you remember, like, Google Glass? Like, 10 years ago or so? And everybody was dunking on it. And the concept is back now. The concept is back. They just call it something different now. I think it's still silly. And I still see very little use for it. And also, like, glasses are expensive enough as is. I'm like, who's... I just wear the black rim hipster glasses, it fits my face good. Yeah, well, it's like, I want to try different frame styles. Because I feel like my two kinds of glasses I have right now are, like, round and thick... Like, you know, round, thick plastic frames and round, thin metal frames. And I'm like, maybe I should try a different shape. But, like, I'm not sure what shapes are good. What shapes are in. The circle glasses got colonized by girls? Not necessarily. I think the thing is that, like, I feel like for a while it was considered, like, unfashionable. Because it was, like, nerd, and it was like, you look like Harry Potter, ha 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 ha. But then they eventually came back. Now I feel like I associate like square lenses, like super square lenses, more with like nerd rather than circle. If I want something like Google Glass, I want it in a helmet form so it doesn't die in 30 minutes. Yeah, also too, I'm just like, I don't know. I know that the waterproofing on stuff these days is a lot better, but I'm also just like, I don't know. You trip and your glasses fall in a puddle. You get caught in the rain. Somebody dunks, like, throws a bucket of water on you. I feel like there's just like a lot of ways that your very expensive thing can break. Welcome, Bunzel. Yeah. Glasses are glasses. Yeah, but like the difference is that if I'm in the rain with my like normal glasses made of metal and plastic and the like I'm not like they're not gonna die if I get caught in the rain, you know? Yeah, glasses are glasses. Cause like I don't know, what I've been looking into recently has been like the style of frames I'm looking at are like, okay, you watch enough Tommy February 6 music videos, and you start to, like, brainwash yourself into thinking you could pull off that style of glasses. I can't, but, like, I like to think that I can. So I feel like I've been looking more into, like, kind of like the narrower lenses, like something less wide, but I'm like, it doesn't quite work. I'm still trying. I'm still trying. Part of me wants the Hameru frames, you know? I just remember I tried some on the other day and I'm like, this feels like I'm a character in an anime or visual novel from sometime between 2004 and 2011, and I need the audience to know that I am shy and nerdy. Ragebait YouTuber sprays you in public and costs you $900. Yeah, it's like, I mean, again, the waterproofing on it is probably, like, they probably just thought through it. Probably. Maybe. I'd like to think so. Realistically speaking, maybe not. I just want high durability glasses. Mine randomly broke and I still wear them broken. I don't know, sometimes I've had glasses that have gotten, like, crooked. But like, again, unless it's like something really, really drastic, like usually I just take them back to the store and it takes them like 2 seconds and they're just like, okay, we've readjusted them. It should be good now. Be careful from now on. I don't think I've ever been charged for glasses repair. I feel like the only way you would be charged is like if the lens fell out or something. But maybe that's just also where I live. Maybe that's like different somewhere else. But like it takes so little time that it would be kind of weird for them to charge you for it, you know? I broke one lens and couldn't afford a new pair, so I was just a pirate for a time. You should have gotten a monocle. Then you can make fun of... People can make fun of you for being fancy. You can appear threatening and villainous. It's because glasses are super cheap and they overcharge people. Well, I mean, the lenses themselves actually don't cost that much. It's like the frames. That's where most of the cost comes from. I low-key want those like Victorian nose clamp glasses. Oh, like the really little tiny ones. With a chain? That would be sick. Yeah, it's just like... So you can appear villainous and fancy. Like, can you imagine, like... Honestly, just in any situation. I feel like if I went to, like... If you, like, were in university and you went to a class and the professor just had a monocle, I don't know how I'd react. I feel like that would either be, like, the best class or just, like, the kind of class that people drop immediately because they get so scared. Have a chain and pull it from a breast pocket? You'd have to pair it with, like, a pocket watch, I think. You couldn't have a normal watch. You'd have to have a pocket watch. And you have to, like, pull it out of your pocket and look at it and, like, shake your head. No! And put it back in your pocket. GG's, it's not over. Oh, it's over. There we go. Alright, that was the last one. Good job, Punk Asian. See, I didn't win all of the games today. I only won some of them. Only won some of them. Alright. Still have them all in my nightstand. Pocket watches. Check match history. How do I... Can I do that from here? Oh, yeah, I probably can. Ranked match. Friendly match? Okay. I'm such a second place player. I'm so second place. The chart does it. Okay. Let's see. I call Ricci 58% of the time. Really? It feels like less. Open call, hidden tempai. I never hidden tempai, I guess. Oh, here we go. So recent 10 matches. So that includes today. So second, third, fourth, first, third, second, first, fourth. Can I do like 20 matches? Man, I really go up and down. There is no consistency to my behavior. I like the idea that somebody could be like here trying to like make like an equation. Trying to like map this onto an equation to see if they can predict if I'm gonna win or lose the next one. Trying to find, what do they call it? It was like the line of best fit or something. Gotta keep a record. How many times do I lose every time I enter the game? We're gonna use math to try and predict if Eggy will win. Who sent a message? Test. It worked. Congratulations. It worked. Model fitting, I guess. Yeah, we have to predict. We have to predict. Curve fitting for the math context. Yeah, because I was trying to remember of like in high school when they were like, oh yeah, the line of best fit or something, which seemed kind of arbitrary sometimes, but it's math. It's math. But I think it might be raid o'clock. I think it's raid o'clock. You did that in high school? Yeah, but I wasn't good at it, is the thing. Math was like consistently one of my worst classes in high school. But yeah, thanks for the stream. Thank you for being here. Okay. Sorry, I was just opening up Twitch to see who was rateable at this hour. Because we got a number of people. Oh goodness. Let's see. Who's on? There is a number of people who are on. Ooh, okay. Let's see. Freya's on. Inari's on. Holt was here earlier. Grimmy's on. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna raid into... You know what? Okay, we're gonna raid into Kengi because the time slots almost never line up. So and he doesn't stream as much lately. So I think we're gonna raid into Kengi because we can. So right now Kengi is participating in VTRP. It is a server of Grand Theft Auto RP. So that is what he's doing this week. So we're going to raid into him. I don't know what we'll say. Maybe I should, you know what? Maybe I should be smart. I should be smart and figure out our raid message before we raid, you know? Let's say, the Barry Grimmy one, right? Yes, Barry, yeah, they're the ones who are running it, yeah. I believe some of the Hollow Stars were involved. They're extending it for another week. It was originally supposed to be just this week, but I think they're extending it for another week due to reasons and stuff. Hungry EGGY raid. Let's see. What's a good raid message? Hangry raid? Sure, hangry raid. Everyone do what Punk Asian is doing. You can... Hangry raid works. We don't need to do EGGY raid because I've raided into Kengi. He knows who I am. He knows who I am. I don't need to... I usually save EGGY raid for if I'm raiding somebody for the first time, you know? Golden Kenji. Golden Kengi. Is Kengi. Is Kengi. Is Kengi. So yeah, I don't know this week. I don't know what my schedule will look like this week. It will all depend on how much energy I have at the end of the day. So I might do Zelda on an evening, one of those evenings. I might do Zelda, because I did Katamari this week. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see what's happening. We'll see what happens this week. No promises, but if I do stream, it'll be pleasant surprises. So, thank you for being here. Thank you for being nice and good. Thank you for the fun jogging. And au revoir. Look at my cool end card. Have holidays. It's a little early for that. Have holidays later.